year's tax rate is 0.52957 for $100 valuation. The proposed rate for this proposed budget that I filed August 9th is 0.53043. The no new revenue tax rate is 0.51335, and the voter approval rate is 0.53043. It's the same as the proposed tax rate. So we're talking about a third digit over there, a thousandth of a point rate increase. We've had lots of meetings here all year long. We've had public. This is probably the most activity as far as public response coming to these meetings and so forth as I can remember. And I've been doing this on and on since '98, which is great. That means apathy is down and the public is concerned, and glad to have everybody here. But at most of these hearings, we've got a really strong base that supports law enforcement. We've had a lot of people asking to do more, and you have to do more if you want to keep them working. I can remember back in the day when a county job, people kept them forever, but we have a lot of turnover because of the salaries. And anyway, we've done what we can to make it where they'll stay here instead of going over to the next county over, making 20,000 more. Anyway, we're still lower than most of the adjoining counties, but in order to be able to keep up with things, this is the first time in I don't know how many years we actually have a slight increase. When I first got here, well, let me back up. I think it came back in '04. The tax rate was somewhere around 0.64 for the county. I think it actually got it. No, it was around. The highest I can recall was about 65, and we've cut it every year except for the year that the jail commission told us thou shalt build a jail. We had a $3 million certificate of obligation that was necessary to have under the county. We finally paid that bill off, and we've seen the revenue from that jail. Well, 2 years ago we had a zero revenue because I guess we were suffering from the effects of COVID and we didn't have any contracts. But now I think the sheriff's got 4 or 5 different counties. If these people, whoever were keeping their people, Trinity is the main occupant of Trinity's inmates. If they were to back up, we've got several in line to take it over, and we're projecting. The proposed budget, I think, estimated inmate housing, and this last year we estimated $350,000. And I remember at this very meeting we had a year ago, we didn't have any estimated revenue because we didn't have any contract. The sheriff walked in and said, "Great news! I've got a good contract." Historically, we got $35, maybe $40 an inmate per day. He says, I'm quoting, but it's something to the effect of, if you won't believe this, it's $75 a day. So, in this proposal, I still like to estimate revenue conservatively. So we put about $400,000 in is our estimate of inmate housing revenue.
Is that net?
And
Is that net or is that, gross?
that's gross. It
Gross.
ain't nothing net about it. Net is depending on who's figuring. Yeah, it is net. It's definitely not net. All right, now is this the latest workup? This book still shows 600, and I thought to balance our budget, we were gonna end up going up to 600.
No, we didn't have to do that.
That's good then. That's all prime. We're probably gonna do 600 though, because I think we're already at about 600. That's the thing about estimate revenue. The tax revenue, if everybody pays, we know what that revenue, but we don't know how many tickets they're gonna write, we don't know how many, some of these counties could go out and find a better deal, and then we certainly don't want a zero, because that puts us in a major bind. But anyway, I'm just trying to give y'all some of the highlights of what's in the budget.
Your Honor, when Tim was here, and
Hold on just a second, Mr. Dealer. Let me finish what I'm doing. I'll open it up for the comments. I'm not quite done yet. The proposed budget does not, originally we were going to put 0 raises in because last year we had we gave good raises last year. And I think mid-year we gave the jailers a raise, and then at the end of the year we basically gave that same raise to everybody else. We're talking about, was it $3 an hour?
Last year, yes.
Yeah. That's generally how we do raises. Everybody, the price of bread, mayonnaise, and milk, gallon of milk, and diesel and gas, it's went up the same for everybody, so we try to give everybody the same type of raise. That's been our policy, here. So, towards the end of the year, I think then we'll give another raise to law enforcement.
The jailers received a raise a couple months ago.
A couple of months ago, yeah. Well, that's we put that in the proposal. Obviously, we wouldn't give it and 2 months later take it out. But all these raises puts a little bit of a strain on the budget. And these are some of the justifications for the slight increase in the tax rate. We put the raises in there to help our employees, to try to retain our employees, and in response, the public that they're suggesting that we do that. And, recently we applied for the Lone Star grant to really give a shot in the arm to law enforcement, a $1.5 million grant. Now that wasn't a dead automatic, so it's not proposed in here. And we got 3 or 4 days ago, we got word from the governor's office that they appreciate us applying and thank you so much, but they weren't able to award us the grant. So that's a setback of sorts, but this budget will do what we need to do, I believe. The governor's office, if I quote the auditor, they said, well, there's a whole lot more counties in between here and the border, and apparently most of those a little bit south of here in Kentucky, but they all took part of it. I think there was 100 million or something like that to divide around all the counties, and we were at 1.5. Anyway, that didn't come to the House Bill 22 grant. Well, it's not a grant, it's legislation that got passed. It helped also help with the law enforcement salaries and wages is put in there because that's an automatic. I think the governor signed off on that. So that's about 350,000. And what was in we didn't have those. I put that in a separate.
97, very end of the book.
It's separated out so we can track the funds. And when we initially put it in there, the only thing we knew had to come out of it was in order to apply for that, the sheriff there was a base salary that the sheriff had to make, and we weren't paying him enough to qualify for the grant, so we proposed a $14,000 increase to make us compliant with that, so we get the $350,000 law enforcement grant. And at the time on August the 9th, I didn't know exactly what the sheriff and the chief had come up with on how to break it all down. The rest of the $350,000, and Chief and I met here just last week, and he gave us the breakdown. At some point, I hope he'll get up and kind of explain that, if the public is necessary. It has any, I mean, if the public wants that to be explained in specific detail, and a whole bunch of lines. We just put it into miscellaneous or something like that, knowing they would come up with this thing had to be filed around August 9th. So anyway, we got it lined out, and every line that that's in there for that is for various efforts to increase the deputies' pays, give them incentives, step pay. And I'll have my little sheet of paper here, I'd read it off.
Here you go.
You got it? Yeah. I'm talking about how he wants to break down 350. Okay, here we go. This is a request for allocation of funding under line 097. That's the budget line. This is Senate Bill 22 funding. I've been calling it House Bill. Maybe it was Senate Bill. Current balance on this line is $332,939.06. Sheriff's Office looks forward to working with the Commissioner's Court to make improvements to law enforcement services for our citizens. By working together, we can achieve great improvements in a critical service that affects the county as a whole. The proposed line items are certificate pay for $69,000, shift differential $24,000, field training officer $24,000, bilingual $3,000, law enforcement equipment, so it isn't all for labor, law enforcement equipment $45,000, overtime $99,000, pay raise $68,000, and supplies $939.06. So we have a plan, and like I say, I don't anticipate any problem with that part of the final budget, which we theoretically could approve today. We have to have, from this date, we have to have approved a budget within 7 days, or I guess we'd have to start over with notice. That's not the plan. We also have a meeting posted for August 31st, at which time we anticipate, or I anticipate approving it. We'll see. No, this one. Here's the list of some changes that, I think everything in this list is in the proposed budget.
Yes, except for the
Number
Oakland or
one,
new
we
items.
removed the city of Shepherd deputy revenue account because of the City of Shepherd's employee, deputy, worked through the constable's office down there. They've gone independent, you might say, that they've set up their own police department. So all that money did was come in, they paid it to us, and we paid it right back out. So we removed the salary and benefits for the deputy, and now that's in the City of Shepherd's budget. Added $335 for longevity to the county judge. I've been here, this is 17 years. If you get longevity after 5, the policy says that has to be consecutive. So I need to get on the policy committee and see what we do. I'm just kidding. It seems a little odd to be here that long and just now getting longevity. Here we go. County clerk. Decrease travel, $750. Membership dues increase, $175. That's unusual to, y'all are, speaking of education, I guess y'all are fixing to start your training on the new software that we've been switching over. This DA's office has received the training last week, and they're up and running, so to speak. District court increased court-appointed lawyer fees from $80,000 to $130,000. I think that's in anticipation of trying to capital murder case, which is, that ain't covered, but that'll cover some of the defense lawyers' costs. We'll be paying for that for 10 years, because most of the time, capital murder only ends well, and they end up appealing. I've seen in the last 15 years, I was on the defense team for the last one we tried, and that was well, I was around 89. Thank God we hadn't had it until now. Anyway. JP office supplies increased to $1,000. Extension from $500. Extension office miscellaneous supplies for agent decreased to $2,000. Went back to the original budget. And we decreased travel from 6 to 65, from 65. Emergency management operating supplies decreased to $500, $3,000. Non-depreciated fixed assets decreased to $1,000 from $10,000. Budget amendment done and control drawn and laptop added this year's budget. 911 administrator added a permanent assistant at $30,000 salary plus benefit part-time salary decreased to $15,000 from $32,560. Added code enforcement officer plus salary benefits, which is not really in addition to the whole budget, because we're taking the environmental officer position and moving them underneath the umbrella of 911 budget and deleted the environmental officer budget. So the environmental officer will do environmental stuff, and then when he's not doing that, he'll do inspections and things and permitting and so forth. FEMA or
straight from the sidewall all the way out, so when they would put the new pump in.
I suspect, I'm no water well man, but over all the years, calcium builds up, and I suspect the pipe didn't shrink and the pump didn't swell up, but I'm quite sure that's probably what the problem was. But regardless, it's, so they run another pump, they put a new pump in there, I presume.
Yes, sir. We put a new pump in. There was a high amount of sand intrusion into the well. We had to run the pump all the way down to the bottom just to get enough water volume. Every time they turned the pump on, it would basically pump the well bore down. So we had to go deeper to get us more volume. And we had to turn the pump down. It was a 10 gallon per minute pump or something like that. And they turned it down to about a 5 gallon per minute just to keep up with the
It doesn't run nothing but a couple of toilets over there in the DPS office. I mean, there's no showers or clothes washing going on, but I guess it takes a lot of water to clean out that refuse trap over there. I don't know.
Yeah, the current well over there is sufficient for DPS use, but when added with the use of the animal shelter, it is adequate for volume over time.
What is wrong with this discussion? Anyway, so we may need to budget for another, water well out there, that if it keeps giving us problems. I'm not seeing putting the air conditioning units in the dog pound, though. But anyway. All right, those are, so, I guess at this point, I'll, if y'all have questions or concerns about the budget, it's been posted, if you found things, when you figure if we could, a better way to do, we're all here. Now, action on 5 minutes for group in consideration of other attendees, that group should assign one individual if they're presenting a group opinion, so to speak, but I don't know if that's, we got things down. Go ahead, Mr. Steve.
well, gentlemen, since you're our flag entry officers and you control the money that's being spent in this county, we depend upon you. We elected you, and as you well know, I'm a real advocate of knowing where every cent of our taxpayer money is going. Let me stress this to begin with. Right here, we have $1 million allegedly, and then we have $750,000 allegedly that we could have qualified for much earlier had somebody not procrastinated about signing the resolution when it was presented to you in the beginning. And the copy that I have is on July the 18th of 2023. Now, our esteemed chief back here, on 2 occasions, especially when he was campaigning for the jailer raise, compiled a 24-page packet of information and furnished each one of you as
Now,
well.
that's where you're wrong. I got a copy of the email. He sent it to the commissioners. I didn't receive it. So check the email before you say that I had it. I had it that morning, Mr. Beaver. It was not sent to me. I don't think it was intentional. It just did not be sent to me.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Anyway, you received that. It was very detailed. It was also on this screen, And many times when he was right in the midst of completing his presentation, he got interrupted. And he never got through the entire presentation. This was on the jailer's situation. The other thing that came up was on the Operation Lone Star grant. He also compiled another one that was about 24 pages, and he furnished each of you a copy so that you could see exactly what the Lone Star was all about and what they proposed to spend the money for. But you procrastinated until August, and my feeling is the early bird gets the worm. It's my understanding that the money that we were anticipating very possibly ended up in Montgomery County. And that's one of my little pet peeves. The other pet peeve is when you were given the report as to the revenue that came from the jail and the inmate situation, you were saying $600 and some thousand. In reality, and it was in this report from the chief, in reality it was over $900,000, maybe close to $1 million. And for some reason or another, it ends up in the general fund. You know what I don't understand, and I understand that it may not just lie here in San Jacinto County, but what I don't understand is when you allocate a budget to the sheriff, and I understand he gets a great portion of the budget, when you allocate a budget to the sheriff, why you can't have two lines of income, and instead of that income going into the general fund from the inmates, why does it go into the sheriff's office so that he can meet the overtime and he can meet the possible hiring of more people? The thing that is a problem here in San Jacinto County, and it's been a problem ever since the sheriff took office 9 years ago, you just don't want to spend the money for law enforcement that we, the citizens, and deserve here for San Jacinto County. And Franklin D. Roosevelt has said, no business which depends upon for existence on paying less than the living wages to its workers has any right to continue in this country. By living wages, he says, I mean more than the bare substance level. I mean the wages of a decent living. Our problem is you haven't provided a decent living wage for our law enforcement. None of you up there on that stage take your lives on a daily basis like our officers do, and you're not at risk like they are. And this county needs to change drastically when it comes to law enforcement and paying people what they deserve. And we're here, we're going to observe you, we're going to know where our money is being spent, and we deserve the protection that you have the empowerment to give us. I'd like to see some corrections made on the actual income that was taken as a result of the inmate population, because they're due. You don't give our sheriff the credit that he deserves. He should have to be out and about like he is today, and he's going to be the rest of this week. seeking funds in order to operate his office here in San Jacinto County.
Hold on before you sit down, Mr. Stevens. I have a question for you. What do you think they should make? I'm just asking, as far as deputies. You've been up here advocating for them. You give me your opinion.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I haven't looked at what they're making at the moment, but
So how
I
do you
think
know
the bare minimum should probably be $40,000 for a rookie. But I believe they're probably up to 48,000. I don't have those figures, that's not.
You're pretty close. But what do you think they should make? If they're making 48, what do you think they should make?
Well, what's a decent living? You're making $82,000 a year, and you're not taking your life in vain.
How do you know that?
Well,
You don't know what comes in our office. You have no clue, because you've never been to my office,
I have been to your
One time.
office, and you do have an open door policy, and I've been to your office.
Yes, sir. So my question is you, what do you think they should make?
They should make a decent living wage, and we're all,
I agree.
okay,
But we gotta have some numbers to start at, Mr. Steven. You don't have no numbers to start at. You advocate for,
sorry, come up here in a minute.
no, I'm asking you.
I'm not in that position, but the chief is. What should an officer make?
I know last year, they wanted $10,000. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Keith?
Yes, sir.
We gave 6,400 and something last year. Is that correct?
I can't remember
You have
exactly.
6,480, I believe, by the time you put a pencil to it. So we do as much as we can, Mr. Beer, believe it or not. And we're not all up here hating the sheriff's department, we don't hate the sheriff's department. None of us do. We understand we need law enforcement more than you'll understand it, because I'm out in the real world every day. I know what we need, and I see it too. But when you advocate for someone, you gotta have an answer when they ask you a question, too.
But when income is underreported as to their efforts, and it goes into the general fund, that is money that's not being accounted for, the extra income. I don't know exactly how you operate your books, but I just listened to those figures. I remember the packet, and I remember the income situation. I wish I would have brought the packet with me so I would have had the facts. But it was more than $665,000, right? Yes. So you're saying that you need more money, where is that extra 300,000 or plus going?
When we added on to that jail, we didn't. The idea was to build it too big, extra beds, so we could collect so much a day off of the inmates. And that was a source of revenue that was projected for the whole county budget, not just for the sheriff's office. I go back to what I always say when you bring up this argument you've got here. Ms. Davis collects all the taxes, so if each department got to keep what they collected, we'd have a Taj Mahal over there at the tax office. She collects $7 or $8 million, so does that mean she ought to be able to keep it and the rest of us are on our own? That's not how the planning, a lot of planning was put into doing this budget years ago. That's why we built it extra, to offset the taxpayers' tax liability and have some revenue coming in from other sources than their wallets. Believe it or not, and the sheriff's not elected to manage the budgets and finances of the county. Under the government code, under the Constitution, it's this court who are elected to do that.
But the court's not doing it, Your Honor. That's the reason that we're here today.
We're here for a budget hearing, that's your opinion. We're not doing it. I don't know what it is you think we're not doing. The year before, last year, or the year before last, it was zero. We had no contracts. We had estimated about $500,000, so we're still trying to, those bills that were tied to that $500,000 still had to be paid. We had to take it out of somewhere else just to pay those bills. When you come up $500,000 short, you don't recoup it overnight. So we're looking at the big picture here. But as the commissioner said, they asked for about $10,000 in raises, and what we gave $6,000. I mean, I don't think when he asked for 10, he actually believed he was gonna get 6. But you don't ask, you don't get. I get that. I wish we could pay them all $100,000 a year.
A day, I do too, a day even. I wish
But that's not the world we live in.
And if I can say something, you keep bringing up the $75 a day rate. It wasn't until 2021, the sheriff was there, we had a meeting just like this, a workshop. Dan Todd, he wasn't here. And the jailer, what her name was. Yeah, Miss Bass. Miss Bass, right there. At that point in time, they were only charging $35 a day per inmate, and we were losing about $10 a day for every day an inmate was in there. It was costing us more to house them than it was that we were getting. Last week off the sheriff, and they started in the break. That happened too.
And we profusely gave him credit for it. I don't know what pictures he had of the sheriff to get them to sign up to $75 an hour.
We're glad.
That's great.
We're glad.
Unfortunately, in the state of Texas, there's a shortage of bed space, so he worked hard to negotiate a terrific contract. And that's why we were able to give the raises that we gave last year.
And raises we gave the jailers this year.
When you add $600,000 to your budget to give raises, I'm just using that as a number, I don't know the exact number. It's got to come from somewhere, and we were going from zero to, we're going to go over 600,000 this year, I imagine.
She said, maybe estimate 7.
And only a fool would estimate every potential dollar that could possibly be brought in. You just don't, that's not how you got to be conservative in the budgets, because if you come up short, you got to go to the bank, I guess, borrow money or whatever. This is how we strengthen our financial position, by being conservative in our estimates.
Well, too, we gotta base our budget on our tax base. We can't base our budget on a figure that may or may not be coming in every year.
I mean, he's right, there's a whole 2 or 3 pages of potential revenue sources that we have line by line. And we don't push it to the very max, hoping we get every possible nickel that, hopefully. We have no control over a lot of that, whether or not another county might decide, oh, well, they just opened up a jail in Chambers County, we're gonna start taking them over there, or how many tickets. I'm sitting right here in this chair, I remember we had a constable program down there, and he wanted a gigantic raise in his, and he did a fine job, The month before we voted on the budget, he came in and they wrote $100,000 worth of tickets. And he wanted us to increase his budget to 1.2 or something like that. Well,
When it comes to tickets, they have 3 officers for the county.
I'm telling you, Precinct 2 did $100,000 a month. For 1 month, and then when we didn't put in that gigantic raise, the next month it dropped down to about 8,000 or something.
But we're talking about
The point is, we don't have control over a lot of these sources of revenue. We have to go by the historical data, what they've done in the past. So we're just elated that we're getting We're probably gonna go up in revenue to about 600,000, which is a little bit risky. There's a lot of things can happen with jails. They say COVID's back on the rise. I think that had something to do with why we shut the outside down for a while, and it stayed shut down for a whole year.
Well,
What is the need that we have where we're falling short right at this moment, Chief?
What do you mean exactly?
Well, for the operation of the sheriff's department, other than recruiting a new officers and so on. We're in a desperate situation. We're in an emergency situation, and everybody was depending on the $1,750,000 to put it over
We, as you
above.
call it, procrastinated about 6 days. We chose to take that 24-page report and study it and do some verification. I called a special meeting about 6 days later, and we passed it. And everybody clapped, everybody was happy. I'm not in the governor's office. I'm sorry, he did not, we were given the impression that we were a shoo-in for that. I think that.
There's still a ray of hope for it, because
Mr. Deere, that grant came out in 2021. Why was it never applied for before then?
I can't answer that. I haven't been in the department.
Well, y'all did come out here to us in June, and there was some question about what the documents, the way they work. That's why we put it on, so we get
It always
clarification.
the board, you
So
know
we
that.
can get clarification on what
Sign
it
that.
is. And once we got it, there was no problem. We just had to make sure everything was done right.
Very-
Well, what we feel that has happened is it never got actually to the governor. A paper pusher sent you a form letter. So there still is a ray of hope. And people are working on it. And hopefully God is going
Great,
to
if he
answer our
doesn't do it,
prayer.
we're just gonna blame us for waiting, for doing our homework for 6 days. That's what you're telling us. And that's okay, that's what we get elected for. You won't blame it on us, because we waited 6 days, okay, and nothing we can do about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Dieter. Who's next? Sure, come on, man. Tell everybody your name, everybody may not know who you are.
I'm Dee Margrave Duke. I got the Margrave in the mix because I was that for 32 years, so a lot of people know me as that. But my husband, Robert Duke, has been summoned for jury duty consideration today, so he's not with me. But thank you for being here, and thank you for your service, commissioners and judge and clerk. It's a hard job. I know it is. I know it is. Work for the public, because I've told you last time I was here, I was an educator for 35 years. You want to talk about, parents. Oh my goodness, parents are the hardest bosses in the world. And, my budgetary experience, if I want to talk about my family, my little girls, they're 31 and 29. One of them almost didn't live through her 8th grade year because of her attitude and the role being taken off and those sorts of things. But one of the disciplinary things that we did was to teach them a budget. And when they were little, a bank came out at the Christian bookstore. It had 3 parts to it. It had, first, you give to God. Second, you put some savings back. And the third part was yours to spend. And it was not a 33%. It was proportionate, was larger. 10%, was for God. Savings was, I can't remember the percentages, and then spending wasn't very much. Now, I know you don't have that same budget. My other experience with budget, besides the personal, is as an educator. Every year, I was a department chair for my English department at the middle school I was in, and you got allotted a certain amount of money. Well, lucky for me, the lady who had the job before, she was a bit of a hoarder, and she had the philosophy that every penny you get, you spend, because it's not going to be there. And so we had cases and cases of staples and those jumbo paper clips, not the little ones, but the big ones, teachers like those. So that sort of thing. But I'm not a proponent of spending money if you don't have to, and I know you're not either. And I appreciate the work you do. This woman over here, oh my goodness, I read through that 178-page budget, and she has to go behind you and account for every penny, and she needs a golden crown. That's a hard job she
I
has.
always, after it's over with, I do think,
She needs like an extra vacation package to Tahiti or something. I don't know. But my thing is, I'm a researcher, English teacher, I like to research. And before, I lived in Lubbock County, and there, you know, that's a town of 270,000, I looked it up. I'm a researcher, and I looked at the census also. You know, people don't fill out census papers anymore. And I'm sure here, they don't want to send somebody personally into the backwoods to say how many people live here. And I noticed that here, there, they say 317,000 for the Lubbock County area. There's a lot more people in Lubbock County than 317,000, but that's what the U.S. Census taker said in 2020. And here, I think it was more like 28,000 for San Jacinto County, according to the Census Bureau, which is crazy. You know that. It's crazy. We have a lot more citizens than that, legal and illegal. My thing is, I want you to know that I admire what you do. I've read through the Texas Constitution and the statutes, and I admire, Judge, that you do the proceedings like they're outlined in the Constitution and the statutes. I give accolades to you for that. So, anyhow, where I'm going with all of this is, one thing, we've already talked about salaries, and I'm not a math teacher, but I do have a calculator on my phone. And so, when you said, I actually spoke with Ms. Weisinger before the meeting. I said, I don't understand. 2 years ago, before I got here, I've only been here 7 months, there was a substantial raise, and it was published, public record, and it was everything from, I just looked at secretarial staff to you guys, and it was everybody like $5,000 to $12,000. I believe the court here, most of you got $12,240. The county clerk wound up with $8,240.
raise, the biggest raise we've ever given was last year.
Well,
It was about $3 an hour, $3.52.
2 years ago, I noticed in 2021, 2022,
That includes the car allowance.
that includes the car allowance, and so I don't know how you can't say that's not part of your salary. I never got a
I didn't say
$2,000,
that. If you
$17,000.
look at my,
I'm sorry. I do understand commissioners need that $18,000. You guys wear that road out all the time. I'm sure you wear your vehicles out. I'm not understanding how, beg your pardon, ma'am, I don't know where you live, but a $2,000 car allotment, I would love to have that as a public school teacher. I commuted almost 45 miles every day. I would have loved the wear and tear for my car. And I was a public servant as well. I'm just saying, to say your salary is this, and then you get this allotment, to me, that goes together as a salary because it's income.
we're not saying it's not. I mean, it's income, but it's just offsets the cost of operating the office.
And I do understand that, sir. I do. I
And
respect
that's
that.
everything. Go back to the grant where we're giving the sheriff a $14,000 raise.
Excuse me, sir. Are you giving him or is the state giving him that grant money?
State's giving it to him.
Okay.
It goes to the county.
I've been confused about that. I saw it in the paper and it represented that that's why the tax base needed to be increased was for
Well,
that.
if you let me finish.
Okay.
I went to, the last school I went to in May, I talked to county judges from other places. How are y'all handling it? And some counties actually give the sheriff that travel allowance as well. And they said, we're gonna move his travel allowance over into his salary like we've been doing for years, and then he wouldn't have actually gotten anything, is what I'm saying, but he gets a beat at all the gas he burns, blah, 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 so he doesn't have his travel allowance paid to him, and then he provides his own car, we provide the car, so
And I do understand your point, Your Honor. My thinking, though, is when I talked to Ms. Weisinger earlier today, she said about the $3 an hour raise. Well, there are people before us here, aren't you salaried? Don't you have a set amount of salary? You don't work by the hour, do you? So how does that come out to be $3 an hour for everybody? That's all I'm saying. You know, when I was in special education, there was a saying that everything doesn't have to be equal, because if a special needs child needs an assistant to walk around with them all day to help them do their work, that's not the same as my child who had 135 IQ that didn't need a bit of help. No, it's not going to be equal. It's not going to be $3 for my kid and $3 for that kid. My kid doesn't need $3. Everybody likes a raise, and equity is not always equal across the board.
If you look at my proposed budget last year, none of those raises were in it. I didn't see how we were gonna get a raise until the sheriff walked in on the head budget and says, look what I got a, you know,
Yes, sir.
$75 an hour. That's terrific. So that's how that came about. Those raises were put in.
But to say it's a $3 an hour raise, I don't think it's quite representing. I did the math on my phone. I have a calculator on my phone. I'm not a mathematician, like Ms. Weisinger. Hallelujah, you are. But the thing of it is, if there's 52 hours in the week, if there's a 40-hour week, if you give $3 an hour raise for a 40-hour week, 52 weeks in a year, that's $6,240. That would have been.
That's the kind of raise it was, and they divided it out, but they didn't go by how many hours a person worked.
Okay.
Sometimes you might come by here, I've stayed up there till 7:30.
Oh, I know, I did too. I got 58,000 at the best.
The commissioners have been accused of only working 32 hours, but when we had that forest fire just last month.
Yes, sir, I understand. That took a lot of
The
hours.
commissioner was out there till 10 o'clock every night. I mean, it kind of varies, you know.
Yes, sir, but instead of representing, I'm sorry, I'm mincing words here. Instead of calling it a $3 an hour raise across the board, it was a percentage, because if you're making $40,000 and then you get the $6,243 an hour rate for 40 hours, even though you work way more than that. I worked way more than a 40-hour week as a teacher. I didn't get compensated for that.
Perhaps the best way to say it was everybody got the same amount. It was whatever it adds up to around $6,000. It's not a $12,000. That's what everybody got, everybody across the board, whether they made $12 an hour or $25 an hour. They still got, at the end of the year, they got $6,000 more than they got the year before.
Well, I did use my calculator, and let's just use somebody who's not here. The justice of the peace of District 1, or
They all get the same.
okay, they all get the same.
Yes.
Let's pick a justice of the peace. I looked, there's a $7,000 vehicle allowance in that. And in 2021-22, the person that holds that office was paid $44,390 plus that $7,000. And then in 22-23, the person got $52,460 plus the $7,000, which I did the math, and that comes out to an $8,070 raise. So I'm confused. I'm still confused. I did the same math with yours, County Judge Faulkner, sir. 2021, 22.
They got $6,000 in raise. I'm still trying to keep up with.
Now, where's the 8,000 though?
$6,000, then they got an increase in their travel.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
two-part thing. The raise, it's two separate motions, but the raise was right at $6,000 for every single person that's full-time. And then then they came out with another thing that came from this end of the table. And they made the motion for the travel, because we, various amounts. But I think everybody got, some people never got travel before. And they don't drive there as much maybe, but they're still using their car to go to the bank and do this and do that. And that's why some of them got That's where your 2,000 come in, is what I'm telling you.
Yes, sir. I did look though.
It's
at
all rolled
previous-
into salary,
Yes, sir.
just the way we do it.
Yes, sir. And I did look at previous years and I did look at that
It
178
says
pages.
salary with $7,000 vehicle.
It would say salary with, yes.
Yes,
Yes, yes. My contention is, and I'll just quit, belaboring a point, is I just moved here as a new person, bought an old house. I'm gonna be paying for this tax increase because I'm not a new structure. Everybody's gonna pay. But aren't there not places that you can trim the budget? Like, does everybody really need that much car allotment? I'm just bringing up one little thing. I know you were talking about $10 for this license and $10 for that license with the state. And I know there are fees and hidden things and all that.
we got away with something for the last 15 years, I guess, but we didn't even know we were supposed to be paying.
Yes, sir.
So
I'm just asking you to be frugal and scrutinize things and save some money here. And, I mean, that's the way we all do our budgets. I live in a retirement situation. Teacher retirement's giving me $32,000 a year to live on. That's gross. That's before Uncle Sam takes another chunk out of it. The poverty level is 30,000 now.
right.
So I'm just saying, we're not all made out of money, and you know that, and you know it's hard to budget and juggle, but I'm still perplexed about the $3 an hour raise. A couple of years ago, I'm still perplexed
So
about
can I
that.
help you with that, ladies?
Yes, sir, please do.
$3 an hour raise, it's 2,080 hours in a work week, in a normal work week, so that's what it's based off of. Except for the sheriff's department, they have, the number, King, do you remember what y'all did, what's your
2184.
2184, so they got 2184 times $3 an hour. So they actually got a little bit bigger raise than the $3, than the 6,200. So, I mean, does that help? Help you understand how we feel about the raise? And that was for everybody in the county,
Right.
except for the jailers, which we had already gave, was the jailers or the sheriff department?
Okay,
The jailers, we had already given.
okay.
So they
We
didn't get another raise.
We gave a raise mid-year because we declared it an emergency. You cannot give raises in the middle of the year.
Right, I saw that in the Constitution, you could declare an emergency, yes.
Because we were in danger of having the jail closed by the jail commission because we couldn't keep anybody open. And the sheriff assured us if we did, give them a raise where he could hire somebody. And I think it worked because, we're not in that, we have hired some, we're still hunting people because
Yes, sir.
you can go flip burgers for $15 an hour and we were paying less than that.
Yes, sir.
Now we bumped it up to right around 20, I think.
My last nugget,
Go ahead.
I'll go.
Did that help though?
It did, sir, it did, thank you. My last nugget though is, my daddy was in business for himself. I mean, he worked for other people, then he formed his own company, then somebody embezzled on him, so, it's just a whole, small business is rough. But if it was up to giving his employees a raise, or taking more out for himself, he always saw to it that his employees were taken care of. And so I'm just saying, you guys are the bosses, and I don't know you personally, I don't have any dog in this fight, I just got here, I just got to the show. And so, do you have to take the same raise? Do you really have to take the same raise as the jailers? Do you really have to take the same raise as the janitors? I mean, do you?
We don't have to, once or twice, maybe once or twice, we've had proposed percentage raises.
Right.
Everybody get 3 or 4 or whatever. Well, I'm against percentage raises because the guy who's out there with a shovel at the bottom of the pay scale, he's getting a percentage of what he makes. We're on the top end, we're getting a lot bigger raise, so I always advocate for a across the board raise, 1,000, 2,000, whatever it is, whatever we can stand. Some years we can't stand any. But I'm not sure, I'll be interested to see how we're gonna afford to do that. I don't believe in, like I said earlier, estimating revenues in these areas that we can't control. Well, that's fine, we'll make it balanced, just raise these figures over here. Yeah, we all know what happens if we don't if we don't make it, we don't collect that many tickets or that many, whatever it is, we're collecting. So, no, to answer your question,
Yes, sir?
no, you're right, maybe not.
I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I just wanted to give you food for thought. If I was anything as an educator, I was more of a facilitator of thought than I'm not the most brilliant person, and I don't pretend to be. Just food for thought.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, if I may,
Yes, sir.
our taxes, we figured the income off of our tax rate at 96%, never 100%, because we're still collecting back taxes. Probably now, I think Ms. Biddy could probably say that we're still collecting back taxes from 10 years ago still yet. The last time I looked. But having said that, we never figure 100% of the taxes gonna come in. Okay. When I first come on board, the sheriff department was getting about maybe 25% of the budget. Today, on this budget right here, they're actually getting more than 50% of our incoming budget for the year that we're speaking of. And that's figured on 96%. But we never, since I've been here, have figured 100%, because you don't get it.
Yeah, I think they're getting over $6 million between the jail and sheriff department.
About 5,800,000. It's,
Well, I got 6 million and 40.
that's what I took off of this. But anyway, they're getting more than 50% of our 96% that we're figuring will come in.
I think that was my last question, but may I ask one more? And I'll be quiet, I promise.
It's public, that's what this is about, we won't, yeah.
So the comment that I made to you about in education, if you didn't spend your budget, and it's on paper, folks, and statements, not nearly the gravity of what this is you. We would lose it, so to speak. And it's on there next year. What happens to yours if you budget it and you don't spend it?
Goes back into the general fund. We're not required, but it's all the auditors and accountants recommend that we maintain a savings account, you might say. We call it a fund balance. And it's supposed to be at least enough to pay for 3 months worth of our bills. And that's about what we're at. I mean, if everything just went completely south and we had to pay our bills out of the savings, we got enough to do that. And after that 4th month, I would have to turn the lights off and send everybody out. If that were to happen, I don't know, it'd be a horrible catastrophe that would put us in that mode. When I first got here, we had a few $100,000 in fund balance. Now we got about 3 million, something like that.
3.5.
It kind of varies. On any given day, it's different,
Good to know, congratulations.
Well, I mean, you got, but we're conservative in the way I estimate revenues. I don't believe in, let's push it all as far as we go, and we might get there. Well, and that 96 he's talking about, we've done budgets before where we estimated maybe 93, 94. That's, I'd rather have more than I expected than not have enough. And there we are, tax notice.
Thank you.
I want to address that one comment about ended up with just buying all the staples, and it's very frustrating to me. I've seen certain, I'm not going to name names, but I've seen departments where end of the budget year, they go out and buy 14 toner cartridges with a copy machine, and then next year, why are we getting rid of all these? Oh, the machine wore out and broke, and now we're getting $2 a piece for those $100 cartridges. So, that is frustrating.
Another thing that the public probably don't realize, Donnie can, Commissioner Mars can probably speak to this better than I can. But every year, all the money that we collect for garbage, stickers, dumping, et cetera, the metal that we dispose of and get paid back for, we still have to contribute $300,000 to $400,000 each year to just make that budget balance.
Sanitation.
We take a shortfall of about that much every year. So that's another
Or,
hidden cost that people don't realize.
or we could, you know, to make it equal out, we could probably raise the dump fees up to 320 and they'd probably equal out.
Yeah.
And I mean, is that something that, you know, the citizens of San Jacinto County would have to, is that something they all wanna do?
You know, Donnie, that's, what you said there would be, you know, it would probably be a thing that if you're in a different county, it would work. But for San Jacinto County, we're looking at retired people. I've been up here for a long time. And you know, people don't just have that kind of money, and I understand where y'all are coming from.
That's one of the,
Right.
that's one of the things y'all don't see,
Right.
the benefit that we put in right at 400, well, it's gonna be a lot more this year. Probably 450 this year alone into sanitation to keep it running. That it doesn't generate money. It really doesn't. It's a loss.
It doesn't pay for itself,
It
but
does not.
if we raise the fees up to make it where it's self-sustaining, charge enough fees to pay for the cost of doing business, we'd see a lot of we'd have to raise the budget for whoever picks up trash on the side of the road, people that don't wanna pay, they just throw it, you know, we got a problem with that already, people do that already.
Can I say something about the trash on the side of the road?
Yeah, what's your name, sir?
My name is Shane Kelly.
Shane Kelly.
Yes,
Go ahead,
sir. When it comes to the trash, I have a couple of things I want to talk to you about this new 5% raise, but when it comes to the trash, one of our problems is, the general fund, out of our taxes, the general fund pays for the trash service.
Yes.
Okay? It came to our attention many years ago that a lot of out-of-towners were using it. So let's come up with a $25 sticker to show everyone, hey, I have the right to use this, I pay taxes. It keeps going up. And a couple of years ago, I was told the reason it goes up is trash goes up. Well, so does our taxes, our property taxes. I don't see a sticker costing that much. And this is where it becomes a problem. Everyone that lives down my road, there's 2 people that pay for that sticker, and I'm one of them. What do you think they do with that trash? They burn it, and it floats everywhere, or I seen them hauling trash off the other day, and I go down 945. There's trash all over the side of the road. Where do you think that's coming from? People can't afford the $100. They're paying for a service they can't use unless they buy the sticker. So, and there's other ways. I understand the whole idea of keeping people out. I understand that.
Keeping people what?
Out of the trash, you know, from going to the dump.
We're not trying to keep anybody.
Well, I was told the reason they were the out-of-towners. There's other ways to do that. So we got to do something better work, because I'm telling you, I've talked to everyone down my street, and I could probably put some kind of survey up on how many people actually pay for that sticker. And there's more people not paying for that sticker. Where does the trash go? On our streets.
A lot of people choose to not drive to the dump, they pay a guy to come by and pick the trash up. You know, there's 2 or 3 or 4 different private enterprises operating in the county. And if you don't want to have to touch a trash can, you just roll it out to the curb, and you pay, I don't know, $50 a month for that.
So 2 years ago, it was $250.
Whatever it is.
For the year.
Yeah.
They came to your house once a week and picked up your stuff. I was at the time paying $100 for the sticker, and with my properties, I was paying $1,300 in general fund. So now you add the sticker on, and I'm paying $1,400 a year in trash.
Well, if I can throw this out
So,
there.
no, I mean, so I don't, and probably most people don't
Your
know.
taxes don't just pay for your
I-
trash. so
I
if
understand
you pick
that.
up the phone and say, Sheriff, I got a problem, it pays for that, you know, there's a lot of.
I've called the sheriff, I got people
Okay.
tearing up my place, and
Okay,
they keep
can I
telling me
ask-
they can't do nothing.
What school district you live in?
I live right off of Jackson Road, I'm right here.
So you're in Cold Springs ISD, right?
Yep.
And you pay $1,400 a year in taxes, probably, you said?
Oh, no, I pay more than that.
What do you think?
What, so I pay 22 on one property, I pay 21 on another. I have several properties,
Have you been to the school and complained about them fixing your roads?
yeah. There's no
What
road.
does the school tell you about fixing your roads you live on?
I normally don't go to the schools because I don't have kids. And my schools, I mean, my roads,
But you still pay school tax,
I understand that.
and they're the biggest chunk of your
Yes,
taxes.
sir, you are correct. You are correct.
But I don't,
And
you don't ever
hopefully-
see no one go to the school districts and complain about the trash or the roads or the sheriff's department
Does
needing
the school,
help.
so let me tell you about my roads. My roads on my street, that man right there takes care of it.
Well, that's
I
his
don't
job.
have a problem with how they're taking care of the
That's
roads.
his job.
I'm telling you, you're going off the base. Because
I'm
I'm
over
on,
sanitation.
Yeah.
I'm the one over sanitation. I'm
Okay.
over the whole county
Okay.
sanitation. Republic Waste here about, I don't know, 11 months ago, took over the landfill. Since I've been in office, this landfill has been sold 3 times. Is that probably correct? 3 times since I took over sanitation in the last 8 or 9 years. Every time they take over, I mean, it increases.
Yeah.
I just found out now it's gonna be an extra $35,000 at the minimum on our dump fees this year. Just on the dump fees alone. And I also just found out some information that it's gonna cost the county about $250,000 to update these sanitation facilities. And that money has to come from somewhere. It comes from the taxpayer.
it does.
Either we can not fund it and close it down, or we can continue to lose money to fund it. What do you want to see happen?
Sir, I don't know what you can do. All I'm saying is the problem is increasing on the trash on the roads because people don't want to spend the money. I pay for my sticker. I do.
And I heard you also say that an out-of-towner comes and buys a garbage sticker and dumps their garbage.
No, I did not say that. I said the whole reason behind the sticker was we had a letter, and trust me, I've been looking for it, to keep the out-of-towners out of the trash, out of the dump. Was the best way to do it was to get a sticker, and it was gonna cost us $25. It wasn't about for dumping to pay for a trash service. It was, the letter stated that it was to keep the out-of-towners out.
I don't know where that letter generated from, but it didn't
It's
come
been a
from my
while.
office.
No, it would have been when it came from
Yeah,
the trash on the side of the road to actually, so that's probably 30 years ago.
yeah, it's been 30 years, yes,
I don't
sir.
know where that letter came from.
Yeah, so.
But I'll
and
show
that's-
you, but
I'm
now
not-
our system is set up now
Yeah.
where you have to be a resident of San Jacinto County to get a garbage sticker and dump in our facility.
There is no $25.
No, there isn't.
No, there isn't, not anymore.
Now, Mr. Kelly, I'll go back to what I was trying to say a while ago. I don't know if you were here way back in the day, before we put the collection station in. There were roll-off boxes in different corners throughout the county. Okay? And they didn't cost anything. TCEQ, Hammer County can find stuff. That's why we have to do these. It's a convenience to y'all. That's all it is. And all we're doing is offsetting the actual amount of what it costs over what the firm is to bring in. That's all, it's still convenience, because I was paying $60 for a yard and a half container a month. Okay, not a year, it was
Right.
$60 a month for a yard and a half container. Okay, and so $100 a year breaks down to what, about $10 a month?
Yes, it's not bad, but not everyone.
I
Not
understand
every,
everybody
I'm not
can
saying,
afford it.
We understand that,
I'm not saying, hey, I'm tired of paying your money. saying there's the reason we're having a lot of trash problems is because of the cost. I don't know if there's a way to help out certain people, you know, I don't know.
It's not.
But that's why I'm asking you.
But I'll assure you of one thing, Mr. Kelly.
Yeah.
Them people are not dumping the garbage. I have a road, I'm not gonna name the name of it. I have a road, I'd send them inmates down there, and it's a dead end road. It's a dead end subdivision, it goes nowhere. It's one way in and one way out. I'll assure you, it's the people who live on that road doing it. It's not people from out of town doing it.
Oh, I agree.
It's the people that live on this road doing it. They dump it and dump it and dump it and dump it. I took 4 dumpster loads one day to clean up one spot. 4 dumpster loads.
So
What do you do?
my
Get your game jam. I did.
my complaint was never about the out of towners. I was telling you what they told us in the letter. I'm telling you that it's the people around us. Because I got people all down my street that ain't, I'm asking you, pay for the dump fee. No. That's why I don't know if there's a way to help other people instead of trashing up our streets.
If you wasn't, just say if we wasn't giving them a garbage sticker where they dump, when they take it to the dump.
I don't know.
See what we're saying?
Yeah.
They probably wouldn't.
But what I do know is when you're increasing prices and they do what they do, then you guys end up paying out more money because you got to hire more people to go pick up the trash and, you know.
I agree.
So it costs the county a lot more money than it would if they lowered the sticker price. Maybe they could afford it, you know?
Do you have a way of finding people when you catch them dumping?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
Do you have a way of
Yes, I can answer
finding
that.
people when you catch them dumping?
He does not, but the sheriff does, constantly.
JP?
Yeah,
It's a crime to dump, and there are, you can't find them if somebody.
If we go through the bags, if we find a bag, somebody's dumped 4 or 5 bags, we go through it and get the name of it. And a lot of times what people don't realize is this, the judge right there can tell you the same thing. You're responsible, it don't matter if ProStar or anybody hauls off your garbage, you're responsible for your garbage from A to B, wherever it goes. If it's dropped off in between, that's still your responsibility. It's not the person you hire to take it off, it's your responsibility. And I've called a bunch of people, I mean a lot of people dumping. And I tell them, this is out here where y'all dumped it at, and y'all need to come pick it up. Well, all that wasn't ours, what it is now. You're responsible for all of it, because you're the one's name we found in it. And the judge will tell you the same thing, we do it all the time in our office.
So we are collecting revenue from people dumping.
No,
I might have to write them a ticket.
very few people get a ticket.
I haven't
But-
seen one
but
that in my office in quite some time.
95% of people that you catch dumping, they really like to go pick it up themselves. Because they don't want no ticket. Or they don't want to go to jail.
Yeah, they give
Yeah,
them
but then they
a,
turn around and dump again. I mean,
no, they won't either.
Because they got to bring the receipt of where they took it to.
Those people that get caught, they will not dump again.
They bring,
They have to go pick it up and the constable will do it, not something.
That's right.
Hey, Lawrence, you got some garbage over here, if you don't go pick it up by Lawrence, I'm gonna write you a ticket.
and tell us where you
If
dumped
they
it.
buy the sticker, how do you think they're gonna pay for the ticket? If they can't pay for the ticket, how they gonna dump the next garbage? So, all I care about is, if you pick it up, get it out of the throwaway, clean it up, they will not, I guarantee you.
They don't dump it here.
I don't think the permit has anything to do with people dumping.
It
I
is.
think the people who dump are just plain dirty dumpers.
That is nasty.
Yeah, that's a good comment.
Go down Butch Arthur Road. Go down Butch Arthur Road. Got a nice, beautiful road there now, and
I said,
I had called Harley at one spot. I'd call him and say, Harley, can you help me out? The inmates go in there and cleaned up.
Okay,
Go ahead, John.
I understand, but look, we can't put one talk at a time. Are you through, sir?
I had one more suggestion. The gentleman was talking, on ballot changes, was talking about, how much they collect in taxes every year. They only get like 90%, 96%.
Sure.
We estimate that we're gonna get 96. Some
Okay.
years we get that much, sometimes we don't.
So I've been in the predicament where when it comes up to the end of the year, can't pay my taxes all at once. So I asked them about paying, I know my taxes are usually between $200 and $2,300. I said, why can I not pay so much a month? That way at the end of the year, if I owe $200, I can pay the $200. They told me I wasn't the right age. I had to be a certain age in order to pay monthly. But if people, we don't want to get taxed out of our homes. So if there was a way that we could pay a certain amount every month, you're not going to see a lynch mob out there that, what, you want to raise it up 5 more%? I can't afford it now. So if there's a way, and it really hurts the younger people because, as you said, minimum wage is not good. And I just bought a new home. I'm going to lose it next year. Can't afford to pay taxes. But if they just took out a little bit each month or weekly, and it's harder for the county to do weekly. I understand that. So if they could just pay a little bit.
Are you the citizen could put a little bit
Never happens.
in the piggy bank over
Never
there
happens.
and manage your own money?
Yeah, you're right.
I would think it'd be better for the people to manage their own money than
But think
us to manage
think
it.
about when you were a young man. Tell me how often that happened. Not a lot.
And when you fail.
That's right. I'm just saying that I think you would find a lot less complaints if there was something there to help out the people where, okay, I know my taxes are going to be $2,200. If I put $200 every month in, I'm not going to have to fork it over and be late on my taxes and keep getting penalties. It shouldn't matter what my age is. I shouldn't have to be 65 to take advantage of that opportunity that older people are allowed. I'm just saying. I appreciate y'all's time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I appreciate the work you guys do. Thank you.
Ms. Bass?
I'm gonna make it
I'll
short.
get you there.
Okay. It's short and sweet. First of all, anybody who doesn't put money away, that's their problem. I put money away every single month of my life, every check I ever got. You hear me?
You put it out.
You can't tell me you can't hear this voice. Okay. When it comes to saving money, you don't have to get the government to save your money for you. That's my comment there in response to what you said. I'm sorry. We all have to assume responsibility for whatever we're going to pay out of our own earnings. What I do want to say about budgetary is, gentlemen, please present the stuff to us so that we can read it along with you instead of sitting here trying to make head or tail of what you're saying. Sorry, Judge, you try to talk as clearly as you possibly can, but if I were looking at it up there on the screen simultaneously, I've got a far better idea of where the money is going and why. I think that would make our lives and yours a whole lot easier to understand and deal with. That's item 1 there.
Well, that's an interesting proposal there. I'm just not a PowerPoint. I didn't come up with knowing how to do PowerPoint. I got help. That's not a bad idea. If we were going to go page by page by page.
Well, you don't even have to go page by page. You can take a summary of where the most important areas are and then tell us, this is it. And graphically, it's a wonderful way of people who don't study figures to understand where money is going and where it's not. It doesn't take much to do.
We file it, that's our requirement is post it, file it at the clerk's office, post it online. If there was say your passion was animal control, you could print out just those 2 pages on animal control. And, I don't know.
And I think that as well, that you're going to find people who don't have a computer, for instance. You're talking about a retired community. I'm probably one of the few who happen to like playing on computers. And so, I spend the money on computers and I look at it. I really think PowerPoint will help you. That's that side. The other is, you know, we're talking about people getting increases and the way that you are interpreting them. I would ask you to read a book called Peter's Principle. There, they actually assign particular categories of wages for people who have respective things. For instance, if they have to have a license to drive a motor car, they would get more money in their job if they have to have a license to drive that vehicle for their job. I would say the same applies here. There are some clerks who may not do more than push a piece of paper around. But then you've got a guy who goes out and officiates at the jail and puts his life on the line or gets bitten in the back of his neck. Danger money. That is how you structure salaries. You don't structure salaries, oh, they're a clerk, so they get this. They're a commissioner, so they get that. That's not the way it works. It's dependent on the education, it's dependent on the requirements for the job, and it is dependent on the danger effective. There was a claim made, as a for instance, that people were grumbling because the sheriff's department got an increase. That's not a valid claim. These people have to understand they're not out there, they're not putting their life on the line. The jailer is, so is the sheriff's department. If you want to be accused of defunding the police, then you're going towards that very direction. Don't go there. It's not worth it. We all need these people on the street. We don't have enough of them. We need them. Thank you. Bye now.
Okay.
I've got finished.
I just have one thing, that's all. It's talking about the garbage and all. Down on Butch Arthur, there is a big, okay, I don't want to be presumptuous.
I know who you are. Tell the world who you are.
Okay, my name is Debbie Trammell, and I've been here since 1995, a long time. But down on Butch Arthur, on the day that the people were grading the road, the day that the people were grading the road, because I noticed, because they make big indentions into our grass, you know, but that's not what I'm here, that's what I want to tell you.
It's been paid for a while, so that shouldn't have been graded any time later.
Oh, it's been a while back, because the garbage that I presume that they hit, somewhere the garbage was, because there was black bags, and it's like cotton everywhere. It's like maybe their grader hit some bags and it had cotton in it, a bunch of cotton, and it's all over the road. You know where it's at, and it's still there, and it's been there a good long while.
Well, it's been paid for probably 10 years?
A year?
No, a year, a new pavement, new pavement.
Year?
Almost a year.
It hadn't been that long, maybe 5 years.
No.
1 year.
This is new pavement,
And it's slightly a year ago.
about a
We
year.
repaved it a year ago, but there was something there before.
It was a dirt road, Judge.
Not all of it.
Yeah.
No,
No,
The
Great
west end was, but.
Judge, we've been down there 12 years. Yeah, well, not 10 years we've been down there, and it was paved when we went down there. Just
Well, that's
a
what I was
bad
thinking,
road.
not the whole road, but on the other side of the creek, the river, it was.
Well, there was a little old piece in there that was still gravel.
Yeah, there was some.
Yeah, that was on the other side.
That
Off the
was
story.
after Hurricane Ike.
Off the story.
Yeah.
but I you know, and
Anyway, go ahead.
And so the whole road, you know, as far as the church, is that, because I don't go past the church, it's like, where are these people, you know, I wish they could just get caught. There's so many kinds of cans, all, you know, garbage that people just chunk out. And then all this plastic, black plastic, has got all kinds of, oh, it looks horrible. It's white cotton. That's what it looks like. And it's just hanging, you know, it's all over the road. And I'm like, this is terrible. and it's not my job to get out there and clean it up. I pay taxes.
Are you suggesting that we add something in the budget for picking up
No,
trash?
I'm not suggesting that. You know, you know, okay.
I'll
So-
give you a phone number to call.
So you have, okay, here, okay, I'm sorry to say this.
Huh, Harley?
To utilize some of the inmates.
Oh, we don't?
To help clean it up like they do on other roads, you know, be guarded, maybe to utilize the inmates to do work. I mean, if they have the energy to go and do crime, they have the energy to do cleanups. You know, that's the way I feel. And
We've done that over the past.
Right.
There's stricter requirements on this too. I can remember a time when the county judge on Saturdays, he'd meet them right up here at the courthouse, and he'd take whoever showed up out there and watch it. But unless you got a jailer's license, you can't take it. I mean, that's just, we'd have to have a deputy or a jailer to come out.
And we're
do
short.
that. But that's a good idea.
They used to get, community service people out there too.
I was wondering where those was. Well, thank you. I was thinking
and that's all.
I said, we used to get, community service people out there from the jail.
That's what they were. They wasn't any basic. It was,
We have
community service.
We haven't seen those.
Still requires somebody to watch it. Like, you don't have to have a jailer's license to do community service people. I've been blessed with 4 grandkids, so I'm not willing to come up on weekends and watch them pick up trash. That's where I draw the line with my grandkids. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, and Mrs. Wright. Thank you for, I just want to have a few minutes. My name is Janice Holt, and I live in Silsbee over in Hardin County. And thank you to all of you who have been here today speaking. This is the most base form of county government and listening to our citizens. I serve on the school board in Silsbee. I'm the school board president, and we're doing the same thing tomorrow night. So thank you for your service to San Jacinto County. I am running for state representative, and I'm just here today just to introduce myself. I know a lot of you, I've met you before, but just introducing myself to you and to the community here. As I said, I live over in Hardin County. House District 18 represents now, with the redistricting, Hardin County, Liberty County, San Jacinto County, and East Montgomery County. So I'm happy to be over with San Jacinto and Liberty County and East Montgomery because we share a lot of the same values as small town rural communities. So I don't want to take up a lot of your time, but Judge, if it's possible, I have a business card I'd like to drop off with each of you if that's permissible. And thank you for your service again. And if you'd like to talk with me personally, I would be happy to meet with you and share some of my vision, some of my goals for our state and for our district. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. You have a planchette?
I'm Harris Blanchett, I'm the Justice of Peace here in San Jacinto County.
Everybody knows who.
And I'm not wanting to use the microphone, but I will speak loud and I'm not yelling at you, I just want to be heard. I'm here to let you know there are 2 possible places in the budget that may need some type of increase, and I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I apologize for not being better prepared as far as giving you money value, but the amount of money we spend on autopsies, as y'all know, we've had a lot of, I think the sheriff was saying this morning, 9 murders, and we don't know how that's going to go, but the more and more autopsies we're performing, and the county is obligated to do that if we find it necessary in any unattended death.
That's Department 446. Go ahead, Judge.
We're finding that the Department of Health and Human Services would like to see more information on the death certificate than what we've been showing. I've had in the last 30 days, 2 people died in my precinct from hypothermia, from being too much heat. They're dying from the heat.
Hypothermia, I thought that's what you got when you froze.
That's hypothermia, this is hyperthermia.
Oh.
I learned that 30 days ago. When I did my first autopsy or inquest on one of those, we had a young man that was living in the tent. And, he died of hyperthermia, and had another one that had fallen in his house, and, the air conditioner wasn't on, and he died of hypothermia. But we wouldn't know those things if we hadn't performed an autopsy. And the state of Texas wants to know if you die from a hurricane, give us the name of the hurricane. Well, these deaths are related to the heat, and we are in a special area in our area of Texas where the heat deaths are to be reported. Also, we've seen an increase in fentanyl deaths, and now we received an email just last week from the Department of Health and Human Services. There's a special way to start reporting fentanyl deaths in the county. So it's going to increase the number of autopsies that we're going to ask to be performed. And there's an increase in the budget for that. And then also along with that comes, there will be an increase probably in the need for the county to pay for the burials or disposal of the body of the indigent and poor people who can't afford it. Sometimes we have someone who dies who has no family to claim the body, and then we become responsible for taking care of that body. We also have sometimes someone who dies, and the family says, I'm not going to pay for that. Somebody else can pay for that cremation or burial or whatever we need. I'm here to let you know that that's two areas of the budget that may need an increase.
We budgeted last year 80,000 for autopsies and that's an amended amount. 21,000 for transportation, hauling them to where they do those, the forensic examinations. And we didn't put an increase this year because at the time when this was printed, we had a total we've spent so far $83,743. So we still got a $18,000 reservoir, but we also have another month and a half. Well, maybe just about a month. Today's the 27th, I believe. So we got one more month of budget left to cover that 100,000.
I just felt the need to make you aware of the problem. What you do about the problem is your business, and I respect anything that you do. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew that there could be a possibility of a problem.
And we get some of those. I think I got some from a certain precinct about deals for people that died and the family that they either don't have the money or sometimes they got money. They got a little bit of land or a house or something. But the family's not interested in paying the bill. They just
well, you know, if an elderly person dies and they've not been heard from for the rest of the family in the last 20 years, that family doesn't want to come back and pick up the cost of the disposal. But also, you know, we're able to take care of a lot of our not natural deaths by going to the Beaumont Center for the Medical Examiner work. But on a lot of the complicated deaths that the sheriff's department works, where there may need some testimony and trial, we use the Harris County Medical Examiner, which costs a little bit more. And then if you have a body that's been recovered, maybe it's just skeletal remains, we may have to send them to Dallas to a forensic center or something. Just letting you know that I perceive a problem there, and I feel it's my duty to let you know.
You made a good point, but we don't put much at all in there for paying for funerals and things of that nature. We have a modest amount. Back in the day, the county would historically give like $250 towards something, you know.
Well, Dale Everett's doing a great job as far as getting the VA involved in some of these too, so he's saving a lot of money for us there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
If any other questions,
I think in 25 years of doing budgets, one year I remember he saw we were in a bind. On his own hook, he came up here and he cut a sizable portion out because he knew what bind we were in. I'll never forget that. Appreciate what you do.
any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Are you changing the battery? Sorry. Are you
I can limit you to about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm leaving, you come to that. I'll take your note.
I was just gonna add, Judge Webb.
It's public hearing, you can
Yeah,
speak
I was just gonna
as
add-
elected official, or you can speak as a taxpayer, whatever you want to do.
No, just add to what he said about the indigent death. I've talked to my commissioner about that. I know you said you have some from my precinct. I guess I don't have.
I guess I'm implied by the.
Yes, by the look over to me, you know, we have done 1 week on, 1 week full on. And so during those weeks, it seems like I get the luck of the draw. So you have had 3 indigent deaths, in precinct 4. And not because I don't know what I'm doing, because I have great mentors to help me. But it is because family won't claim, or they're older and all their family has never met them or scared of them. There's always, as we know, family issues in each family. So there's 3 of them, and to put into cost, I have 2 coming up. For their autopsies, it was $1,200, and now for their cremation alone, plus their travel expense to get to them, and death certificates, because those are still required, even though a family member is not going to get them, it was about $2,000 for each body. So I know I talked to my commissioner and told him my concerns, and he said we could probably pull that from that autopsy fund. But Carson.
I thought he's going to say he's got a big fund balance, he was going to donate to the cause.
Donate to the cause, yes.
Well, y'all didn't have an increase in force, she was just a JP on.
Oh,
yes, that's why I'm saying we're 1 week on call, I cover the whole.
Precinct 2 had one.
Yes, precinct 2 had one, so I cover the whole county. I just got the luck of the draw of pulling those 3 indigent cases. And so I've been working really well with Dale, as Judge Blanchett said, if there's VA services out there, Dale will try to find whatever VA services there are. The 2 that I have recently were not in the military, so there's no VA services and there's family issues. Then the county is responsible. I sent that to Carson, the code that makes us responsible for paying for those, because there's only budgeted in hers $3,000. Well, we've gone past that, because I have 2 deaths now that happened in 1 week, and we had one previously. That was a VA, but we've gone into that $3,000 for that indigent burial.
Were they renting somewhere, or did they?
Were they renting? The one that we did that was VA services, he did own 2 acres in Shepherd. But again, there was family issues with that. His mother had passed away. He was an older gentleman. His father had passed away. His sister had passed away. The only relatives, never married, no kids of his own. He was in the Vietnam War, so there was some PTSD. So the only family he had was 2 nephews. Those 2 nephews had nothing to do with him. They were scared of him. So they were not willing. I tried. I said, well, he has 2 acres of property in Shepherd that if you take over and pay his burial expenses, you can then get a probate. You know, you can go into a probate and then you can sell that and get that money back. But unfortunately, they just didn't want anything to do with them. So I wasn't going to argue with them on that. That's their respect. If they don't want to come claim their uncle, they don't have to. And so once that happened, that became on the county per that health and safety code. That was county responsibility. These other 2, one was an inmate. He was released. He was a transfer inmate from Polk County. I guess he had some charges here. They transferred him to San Jacinto County. He was released. I saw him when I was doing jail duty. The very next day, he was deceased. And so when I went out there, he was in a abandoned mobile home. That was actually my precinct in precinct 4. Abandoned mobile home, no heat. And because he had just been released. No AC. Yes, no AC. Plenty of heat. Sorry about the hyper and hypo. Plenty of heat. And so I think it was a heat-related illness, but again, until you send off to autopsy, you don't know. He was young. He had just gotten released from our jail, thought it best, let's send him to autopsy. That place he was living is abandoned. It was registered to his mom, dad, sister, brother, and sister-in-law. I've called all the numbers. I did my due diligence. I contacted Texas Department of Criminal Justice, called a warden, called Polk County. All the numbers that they have on file are not existent anymore. The address, he had another address out in Huntsville. Sent a deputy out there from Huntsville. Nobody answered the door. It is also abandoned. At that time, I had no other choice but to rule him as indigent or unclaimed abandoned. And the county has to pick up that. So again, and then the third one, the family, there is family. They've been back and forth between my office and the medical examiner's office. That was a fentanyl-related death. I got his autopsy back, and it confirmed that. And because the state now has this new bill where we need to log that, I knew that it could have been drug-related. I knew it could have been fentanyl. We sent that off to autopsy. That was confirmed. I would show that on the death certificate, but family does not want to pay, doesn't have the money to pay. So at that time, again, it's on the county to pay for that. So those are the two that I have, plus the third one. So we are well within that indigent burial, because that is only, Carson says she has $3,000. That won't even cover 2 autopsies. So. Okay, well, I just wanted to put it in perspective. I know numbers, I know we're.
I'm glad you staying on top of it though, because it's sometimes I've seen where they slip through the crack, you look up and waiting for 45 days storage or something.
Yes, yep, and lesson learned first time around, we paid for 20, but we were really trying, Dale was trying to find that family that we knew he had. These other two, we knew off the bat the family didn't have money, and then we knew that he doesn't have family. So there's that. But to bring to y'all's attention, I don't know what we're going to do with these bodies. I've talked to other JPs in surrounding counties. Apparently the commissioners have a place that they bury these.
I thought they cremated.
They cremate them, yes, but it's in a urn, and then we're giving back the urn. I don't know what y'all want to do with them after we give them back. Other counties, the commissioners have like a burial place where they say their county commissioners go out and they dig a hole for this individual and they place it in the ground. I don't want to house them in my office, I can tell you that. So I don't know what we're going to do with them. I can do some more research for you. I just know, speaking to other JPs in surrounding counties, their commissioner's court then takes the body in possession, because 5 years from now, if somebody does say, hey, you know, especially that inmate family, he didn't have any communications while he was in jail with family, so I don't think this is the case, but say family comes down the road.
Look at that and see what our legal options are. I know we can bury them somewhere. We don't maintain a county cemetery.
Right. So that's something for y'all to think about as well. And I don't know if Lynn Peck can help me out, because I just learned he's been doing this 23 years. But what I've heard is.
One of your constituents has a.
I was gonna, yes, I know who you're talking about. Yes, he does.
He'd probably be more than happy to help you with that.
I don't even think you have to cremate them.
I don't think so either.
No,
Well,
if you put them in the ground in 24 hours, you could bury them.
That thing in there.
Oh, yeah.
well, that might be for you guys to decide, and if you want me to reach out to him and
We'll get
ask,
Mark,
he can, thank you so much, I appreciate that. Mark, I see that hand go up as a volunteer, but again, if the family does come back 5 years from now, we can say, hey, if you would like, we can give you that body, but we've got to be able to produce the body, we've got to know where the body
Those
is.
out there, because those are all, that's part of it, unmarked.
That's all, I think I stayed under 45 minutes.
Thank you so much. Anybody else have any comments on
Judge, I want to say something before we close, but I'll wait till the end. Are we at the end?
we don't have any other public comments, I guess now would be the time. We are assembled, and I think there was some desire to kind of go through some of the budgets amongst our, while we are all together. Realize we can't.
Anybody else got anything for close? Y'all sure? I'm not gonna walk out the door and say, I wish I said this, but.
That's always gonna happen.
That always happens.
You know, the microphone.
Going now? Okay, thank you.
I'm sure.
All right. I see some people that came in that I didn't see before. What I wanted to say is that I really appreciate being able to come down here today and just listen to what's going on. I had the great pleasure, if you want to call it, being a president of a homeowner association 1 year. And after that 1 year, I decided I didn't want anything to do with it anymore. Because I couldn't do anything right, or my board couldn't do anything right, because everybody had a different opinion of what kind of things should be. And they didn't understand the workings of anything, or budgets or such as that. One of the things that I've learned over the years in pastorship, being a pastor, is you've got to really learn to have a lot of patience and listen to people, because they do have something that's very important on their minds that they need to share. But sometimes we can't help those people or help the subject that we're on because of certain reasons or what. And a lot of times it's beyond our jurisdiction to do things. So we have to take on that. But one thing that I've learned over those years is that, and I stressed this a few weeks ago in the Commissioner's Board, is unity. But we still have unity. We're all part of San County. And we elected y'all to do a job. And you were elected because people voted for you and they liked you. And what you ran for and what you were campaigning about, you were standing behind your values. And we need to remember that. It's not easy sitting up there where you're at, and I understand that. And it's very troublesome for us out here sometimes when we don't understand exactly what's going on. So instead of barking before we understand about things, we need to sit down and discuss things like we did today. And I was very pleased with the way that this went today. Very, very pleased. We like to point fingers. That's just us natural people. That's part of us. That's what we like to do. And no blame here or there or whatever before we know all the facts. And that's something that we need to learn. Again, we need to learn patience, and we need to research before we do that. Dee, I really appreciate you coming up today and what you said, because the way you presented what you wanted to know, you were asking questions and you were really wanting to know, and there wasn't, there was, you got answers. And that's how we need to address things. And we're all in this together. San County is a county. I know I've been here 30-some plus years. Some of you have been here all your life. And this county, when I moved up here for one reason. I owned land up here for a while. I had land over on the other side of the lake in Alaska. And this little town drew me so much because I loved it. It was someplace that I felt like I could come in here and go a year or two later, I'd know everybody by first name and know their kids and everybody else. It was such a small town at that time. We didn't even have red light. And we want to be here, we want to spend the rest of our life here, and now we're getting up to that age, where, we're just gonna sit back and enjoy everything. And, enjoy the people and just have a life that's, a God-centered life. And a life that where we can go in a restaurant and when we see somebody, we go over and hug them or shake their hand and sit down and talk and not be mad at them about something or this or that. And that's what I'm striving for, me and my wife. A caring community is what I'm trying to say. And we have that here. We really do. But to do that, we just got to learn that some things that's beyond our we can do. Budgeting. I know a lot about that in such a way that my wife was a bookkeeper for years and years, and I was sitting and watched her and admired her, how she could take such books or go in a company and it's really messed up and you just too much, get things straightened out and form and stuff. And she was really good with numbers. What we don't realize is a lot of times when we do have a budget, like you said, 96%, I believe, Judge, that you figure you might get in, you know,
We estimate
so much.
96%
Right.
collection.
Well, let me tell you about homeowner associations. I want to tell you what you don't get near that much back, because you have expenses, mowing expenses, you have people that don't pay their maintenance fees and stuff like that. And I've seen many subdivisions, and you know that, Mark, you live right down there by us, and you know how it is, and some of these HOAs are going broke because they can't, they just can't run on the budgets that they have anymore. Ours is one of them. It's really, but we have to learn there's always hidden expenses. There's things just like the burial. We talked about the burial today when Red came up and talked about that. Is that there's always going to be something. There's going to be maybe a major equipment failure. And I want to tell you, when you talk about equipment and repairs, it's super expensive. You can spend $30,000 on a $200,000 or $300,000 piece of equipment in a minute. A filter oil change on one of those things is just astronomical. Just change oil on one, just maintenance. And I understand that, and thank God we've got some good equipment. But still, those things happen. Like the sheriff's department, like over there where Brother Greg's, his jail facility. I was in work for Texas Department of Criminal Justice for many years, and I retired from there. And one of my jobs was inmate transportation. I moved inmates all over the state of Texas and all over the United States. And I know how it is to try to house inmates. Then when I was on the road, just trying to find a jail facility that would take an inmate when we're trying to travel a 4 or 5 day mission, and we're picking up inmates from different states. Or having to house other units inmates, because at one time the population was so high that we didn't have enough beds for everybody. And it takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money to do that. I can remember eating green bologna sandwiches from being on the road so long. But when we have a disaster or something like that, yes, we turn to FEMA, but still it costs us a lot of money out of the county to try to do the things that we've got to do, clean up and all like that. And we know right here in Cincinnati County that trees fall all the time across the road. You got to get a crew out there at night to clean up a mess or whatever. But it's always those hidden expenses that we don't see that mounts up, and at the end of the year, then we try to start a new budget. Sometimes the money situation, it looks pretty grim because of what we have taken in the year before or whatever. So the main thing for us to do, I believe, is for us to work together, not against one another. And when we don't understand something, come up here and ask questions and quit pointing fingers at people. I know each and every one of you personally that's up there. I placed my faith in you, and you were, I voted for who's up there, and I voted for Brother Mark, and I tell everybody, because he's done a good job. I've known the judge there for many years. I've known Don and Donnie and Laddie and I didn't know you until you came on board. But the thing about it is, y'all are here to work together, and I know that you're trying to do your best with what you got. And you're not trying to hide anything. I believe that. Now, that's me personally, but I believe that. And I also know that there's a lot of needs out here on this end, like the Sheriff's Department and all, and I honestly believe that we can work together and we can get things settled and solved. But it takes working together. If you're mad at somebody, or if one thinks at somebody, you can't work together. You got to work together as a team. So that's what I would love for us to try to do, is this community, which I love so much, it's a special little community. I saw on Fox News yesterday, there was a report of a lady that came up here and just Cold Springs, she came up to what it was all about, and she saw the different parts of Cold Springs, and went back and did a little thing on Fox News about Cold Springs, and the different things to do up here in our small community, and people want to live in a small community now. They're tired of living in places like Houston or Dallas or wherever, especially if we get older, we don't want to tell that race. So let's just try to work together. I think that's the main thing, is try to, if we don't understand something there, y'all are, and we can come to Commissioner's Court, we've got 2 chances of, a month to be able to come up here and express our concerns, and then look the offer guidance in what we do. And, I think if we can do that, I think the community will be a better community, and I think we can all function together. Yeah. Amen. Well, I thank y'all so much here tonight.
So, just to give you an idea, we hadn't talked about the big numbers much. General fund is, this proposed budget is, $11,190,474. That's everything for the general fund. That's everything. When I say general fund, that doesn't include road and bridge. Of that $11,190,474, $6,042,099 is set aside for the sheriff's office and the jail combined. Just to give you an idea of how much it is. I know we can always put more, but that, anyway, those are the numbers. So over half of the general fund budget is under the sheriff's direction. Road and bridge departments collectively, let's see, my math right, they have 2 funds. One's called lateral road, the other one's called special road and bridge. Lateral road collectively $2,654,351, and special road $1,086,104. Combined $3,740,000. $22,452. That's between the four of them. Take care of all the roads and bridges in the county. So you add general fund and road bridge, and you come up with $14,931,426 is what there is. In road, bridge, and general fund. I know it said and we also, in the budget, there's also $7,819,781 that are in special revenue funds. The district clerk has some funds that they collect that are specifically set forth to preserve records and things of that nature. So they are under the general fund, but those special funds are put in this fund, the LEOC fund, the Records Management Fund, the County Clerk Records Management Fund, the Courthouse Security Fund, Sanitation Fund, Justice of the Peace Technology Fund, Indigent Care Fund, County Clerk Records Archive Fund, Law Library Fund, District Attorney Chapter 59 Discretionary Fund. That's usually comes out of seizure money, it's not all tax money. Economic Development Fund, Child Abuse Prevention Fund, Historical Commission, Records Archive. Anyway, all those funds collectively are $7,819,781. They all have restrictions on, they're only supposed to be spent for the purposes for which they're created. Next, we have a debt service fund, $274,841. That's supposed to cover the, well, that's last year. The amount of the payments that we have for the year. That's equipment notes, we have that tax note, where we borrowed $1 million for like less than 2%. Put up our match for this building here, and I forget what all we did with it.
Sanitation, the sheriff's building over there.
Yeah. Anyway, that covers that, those notes. Then we have, lastly, this is last year, $32,652,081. That was included a lot of grant funds. The Harvey grant, CDBG Harvey grant, the EDA grant, which was $2 million for this bill here, the postal state funds, which I think we ever dispersed those. I know we voted a year or so ago on what to do with it, but I don't think they've ever postal funds. We've earmarked them. They haven't come up with a plan on what to do.
I'm waiting on the plan. They're supposed to have it ready by the end of this month.
Coronavirus relief, American Rescue Plan Act, debt card modification, MOD method distribution, etc. That's $32 million. Now, that's, most of that's gone. We have portions of those left, but for last year, add all these together, you're talking about $55,573,621. A lot of, $11 million of that's going to come right off the top because they won't be back this year. That's $500. That was for buyout in response to the Harvey event when the government came up with a buyout for a lot of people that were damaged by Harvey, and we're closing those deals every other day. We closed a bunch of them, but anyway, that's money that, well, there's still about guessing well, they're taking, government took back $2.9 million of that because we didn't have as many applications as we thought. We had lots of applications. They sent out about 1,200 letters to potential applicants. There's not near as many people that had good title. You actually have to own the property if you're gonna get bought out. A lot of people that were living down there were just moved in down there or whatever. Anyway. We still must be, take that 3 million off, that leaves 8. We're closed on 16 and we're getting ready to close on some more. And then the rest of it will be spent on demolition of all those houses. I hope they'll allow them to, if any of them are habitable, instead of just tearing them up and hauling them to a landfill, maybe pick them up like they did in the last buyout and sell them or give, or like Chamber of Commerce building, that came from a buyout. You know, repurpose and reuse them if at all possible. Just don't set them up in another place.
I better get them fast.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway.
You have to buy them.
Anyway, I'm just trying to, anybody that's looked through these budgets online, they'll see all these different things. I'm just trying to suggest that this is my version of them. I'm trying to give you a summary breakdown. All right. Does anybody else have any questions as far as the public hearing? Now, I filed the agenda. I put at the top budget workshop, and one of the items of the budget workshop is public hearing as required by law. And I've read out what I needed to read out at the beginning about increase and so on and so forth. I guess if nobody has any other questions or comments, we'll close this portion, and then if there's a requirement or a need to go through some of the items here by the court, then I guess we can do that. I'm happy, I'm ready to call for a vote on the budget right now, but I'm sure the commissioners have some other ideas.
So one thing in the public hearing that I wanted to address, whoever it may be, I know that you can't really drive from Evergreen to Precinct 4, but if you want to come to my office, we'll sit down and go over any question that you have. Kelly, I've talked to you. Preacher, I've been at your house and talked to you before. She's gone now. Sharissa comes to the office and talks. Anybody that has a moment or a question that needs to be addressed, I'll be happy to do it. And I know Donnie's addressed the public. You want to come? Come to his office. I just want to put that up.
I have a door policy. I don't even have a door in my office, so. No, you walk in the front door, you come right there. Yeah.
If you got a question, call one of us.
My office is open all the time.
Can you change something? Because I walked this room, you got a window.
I got a window called code and put a window there. When you walk in there, actually took the old office and closed it down because we needed it for like doing engineering and stuff. And go back here, but I moved my table and stuff out front, so just right there with gas, just come here and run over.
For the public's information, I met with the sheriff's department on Friday. I work 4 days a week normally. I was asked to meet on Friday. I met with him, the sheriff's department in my office on Friday. So I'm willing to meet at any time.
Me too. Well, Forrest, I guess we made the rounds. That's a good point about the sheriff's office. As far as the grant was concerned, they had a proposal on how to put it in there. I just put it, I didn't have that breakdown. I put it in as miscellaneous or something to that effect. But that's one thing that we do need to discuss.
So actually, you know, we don't know what the sheriff needs. That, you know, they ought to be totally over that grant is for putting it in what department they think they need it.
I assume,
I'm not in that department, that's.
I assume that he brought by his breakdown. You may have talked about something else. That's what I'm getting at. As far as putting it into the budget, I'm fine with however they want to break it down. That's, yeah, that's the one I just.
I got that the other day, they haven't come by and talked to me about the only that's their fault. Yeah, I mean, good.
Like I said, I just grouped it all into one, because I hadn't had a chance to meet with him on August the 9th, like, on the budget. But I would certainly hope we would, as far as the House Bill 22 funding, you can break it down like you said, I read it off earlier. You got it, I got it.
Isn't it to his discretion how he uses the $350,000?
We still have to put it in the budget so we can track it, because there will be auditors later, and the auditor has to, she can't just write him a check and say, here, do whatever you want to do.
I think he got
Still have to track.
Oh, you're talking about that money for the grant?
SB 22.
That letter there. That's fine. I hadn't heard anybody that's.
Have you got this?
Probably, all I have is the resolution.
Here's what's different than they wanted.
That's a different thing. That deal's dead. Unless he could get it revived.
This is
sure he's still working on it.
This is what they put in. He's got a copy of it right there. King does. That's what the sheriff's department presented, not the commissioners.
Well, we wanted more detail, and like I say, we just put in a general.
JP's.
Thank y'all, Julie.
I'm taking my group out.
All right, appreciate you.
The whole group?
Yes, we got some learning to do from this guy.
The whole group?
No,
Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Dieter, if you don't go to the sheriff and Mr. King about that, they're the ones who did it.
All right, at least I have more information than I had before. So is this the entire $350,000?
Ask the sheriff. Yes, sir.
Well, there's 14.5 that's going in salary.
For the sheriff's salary.
Okay, and he certainly deserves it after all these years.
Is there anything department-wise y'all want to go over? Because we're done with the public hearing. Y'all want to utilize any of this time for the budget workshop? If there's things that, or we can wait till Thursday and do it all then.
I got a lunch meeting. I got a thing leaving this county, and they want me to meet for lunch.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I don't have anything that I want to put back in there. I don't know if y'all do or not. That's what I'm asking you.
I do, I have to. We got a DPS officer leaving, going somewhere else, and they asked me to come by, and that went from
Who's leaving?
little, Leo. We're gonna stand at the line, he's going to, he's going back to, he has a small baby up the country, like, the radio up that way.
Transfer finally came in.
Yeah,
Good for
come
him.
in for him, and today's he's leaving, today's his last day. Jerry asked me if I want to come by and visit with him for a bit.
Who's that fellow that was in here the other day?
Thomas Thurston.
Yeah.
That's like this.
So do we want to talk about this few things right quick before we go?
Did you want to talk about sanitation? Yeah, we want to put some money in there for sanitation.
Didn't we put
35 for the.
35,000, I know we added 35,000.
Put some money in there for some drainage.
I'll take care. Thanks for your input.
Gee,
We want to put some money in there for some wastewater collection. And I visited with Mr. Wood about that. We can install those ourselves. We're like sewer tanks, they're sewer tanks. This is French drain, so we gotta get on the, wastewater.
Well, that's this form you handed me this morning,
Yeah, that's,
241,800.
we don't need to do all of that right now.
yeah.
We got the oil collection station, we've got to kind of handle on those on there.
We're gonna meet Thursday to pass the budget.
I just want to tell y'all, we gotta do some updates on the drainage and some barricades around the things. We come up with a solution maybe for the open tops is put a tarp on top of them after that.
Well, the only way to add $250,000 to the budget, listen to me, is we have to either cut it out somewhere else, or we find some places where we could reasonably afford to increase the projected revenue.
I think about $40,000 what we need.
Well, that brings 40? Okay, this says 240.
I know, that covers some other stuff.
Some engineer must have drew this up.
That'll get us a little ahead of the game. Well,
We tried 40,000 is what I'm saying.
that's right. That's why you kept rolling on, I was trying to tell you.
Sorry
Sorry.
about that.
On the, how much we got left in the apartment?
$800 right?
First tranche, first 24,000.
$124,000.
Okay. So, but keep in mind, some of that probably needs to go to animal control as well.
Yes, 15,000.
And you probably need, whatever this is for the electrical as well, come out of that.
We need to put about 10 more thousand.
No ACs? No AC?
Yeah, on electric runs.
You know, it was 107 degrees out there the other day. No, just out there working Friday, it was 107 degrees out there. We was out there working on county line. You know, we didn't have no fans or ACs
I
out
put
there.
2 tracks on my tractor yesterday, all day long.
You have any fans?
Here I am, nothing.
Well, one of those.
40,000 for sanitation. What y'all said, 15,000?
I'm under the impression that the sheriff might be available.
I would imagine they're gonna drill a hole in the well. I don't think they're gonna have that old 6-7 figure.
Oh, we won't meet Thursday. Oh, that'd be done.
Sounds like he's got the sheriff's office. I know he had an appointment this morning. But I have no idea. Sounds like
Yeah, like your budget year.
This morning, though.
The park doesn't leave first check.
That's why I was asking.
They got a big brain.
So let's talk about.
Yeah.
The budget is supposed to be in.
Before she gets.
Are we gonna change plans or not?
It's really a mathematician himself, and he comes money.
Well, I mean, we gotta vote on this change it.
You can't vote on it today.
Certain places.
But we can talk about it.
All right, so let's talk about the $1,000 raise for all the rest of the board.
It's 165,000. Isn't that 165 employees, give or take? Whatever it is, the rough figure is 165,000 raise.
Take them all out of here.
So the sheriff's department will, but the jailers won't. Jailers are all over getting money to.
Okay, so how many hands?
130,000 is what we figured. We're going to check that.
They don't trust your numbers.
18, there's 18, thank you. 18 and 4 is 22, 23, 24. That's about right, 130, 140. Okay.
But now, see, dispatch will be included.
What?
Dispatch.
Did they get a raise? Well, the ones that not included, the ones that got a raise already.
I think we got a raise with it. No, let's say the dispatch does, we just.
They qualify.
Okay, so let's say 140,000. 140 for raise. We're up to.
He said at the beginning of the meeting, that wasn't what the
We're 205,000.
So the sanitation stuff is gonna come out of our money this time.
Yes.
So you need to take that, put that in there. Right?
I don't have it in this.
Oh, I thought that's where you get the 200,000.
200 is 40 for the, no. What's that 40?
That was for sanitation.
That was for the dog pound. Wait, you're right, I did add that on there, so 25, 165, 165. Not counting the sanitation, you're talking about spending ARPA money, so right, it won't go into what we're talking about. Right. General fund or whatever. We're at 165.
So, to fund that, one thing that I would do is I let my house, you say there, you're gonna move that to 600,000. And here it's at.
Well, we've already cleared 600. I like, believe me, I like being conservative.
Projections go 750.
By the end of the year.
Yeah, the one time it sounded like they
I'm not saying go 750. Move to 600, at least 600.
Because we only got 400 now.
No, we got 600.
No, it's only 400.
Yeah, in the budget now.
You're right, it's only 400. This was done a month ago.
Yeah.
When in the back of my memory, I can still remember that big goose egg we had that year. That was a $500,000 hit.
That was last year.
I know.
Anyway, y'all, I'm gonna run over here to this, y'all. I promise that people I'll be there.
Yeah, you're right. I anticipate there's always gonna be some changes, so I'll put something in there, so you can do it.
If y'all still here, I'll be back, okay? I'm still here, I'll be back. Trust me. Trust me. I hate leaving, but I'm obligated to something that I told him I'd be there.
I try to leave a cry too. No, that's how you build a solid base here.
So if you move right down to item 247, proceeds from the sheriff's office, there's nothing in there.
I thought the last one we did, they planned on keeping some, we just voted to keep some.
No, we didn't. This is the lease, this is proceeds from the lease.
But if we don't sell them, didn't they just
They wanted
get
us to, but I'm like, we just don't know we can do it. We can sell it, maybe lease it.
Oh, what, years they say?
Oh, we didn't vote on it?
No, we didn't vote on that.
Whatever's more economically feasible is what I hadn't compared the two.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, is we keep.
I'm not gonna make nothing.
We're not going to. We better hold it. Not to lease the stuff.
Yeah. That's what I said. We're selling it, we're selling it $13.
There you go. Well, I mean, it's kind of like 6 one way and half dozen another.
Yeah, but that was their selling point. Kind of, hey, we're gonna lease these two, you're gonna pay X amount, you're gonna retain this at the end of the lease.
That's exactly correct.
So that is the same.
What line are you talking about?
12,300, 0247.
Yeah, the one that's got a big blank there.
Yes. What do y'all propose? Well, it looks like we did 37, this, the last lease, I was proposed 30. I mean, we got 6 cars, the sheriff, anybody here want to even talk about it?
They were.
Tim, they're asking questions about the sheriff's office.
Selling the.
I didn't put nothing in here, because it's all new to me. We've only had 1 year's history on proceeds from selling those lease vehicles.
Of course, we're gonna have another one in there, of course, it's not, it's a car, and they said it's not gonna have any increase.
Yeah, that's what they said last week, yeah, pretty much scale away.
You need those figures, Judge?
No, we're just.
I just left it blank there, because I didn't know what the figures were on the day that I filed the proposed budget. This is.
I'll have to get that for you. I don't have it right
So the
here.
history this last lease cycle was 37,000. We sold the truck.
How many did we sell?
6.
We got 6 to sell this
We
year.
got 6 more to sell. And these are Chevrolets.
Well, look,
30s, right?
You gotta put something, I'd
It
say.
makes out very more money.
Yeah, the Chevrolet's gonna break way more money than God.
I can get you a number. Let me get a hold of the guys running that.
We're gonna pass the budget, hopefully, Thursday. We were just trying to tend to tighten up the few areas that we need to in anticipation of not being here all day Thursday.
Yes, sir. Let me check and get you a reliable.
From right now, I'm
Figure.
gonna write 30,000 in that line, if y'all think it's
If you come back
lower.
with something less, then we might need to reduce it, but even if you come back with a little more, it's still there. I don't think we gotta be exact.
Okay.
Because we don't know. This is projections.
Yes.
We don't know what.
That's the thing about these budgets, all we can do is our best estimate, because we might get a little more on the card, but we might end up, price of beans and tacos may go up, we might end up spending more on feeding them than we figured on. I mean, it's all just the best educated guess. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
So, are you gonna change this stuff now?
Y'all gotta tell me what you want me to do,
Am
and I need
gonna
to back
change it in a
up.
motion
She can't change it. She can write it down so she can go and at least run the numbers.
Can y'all go back, cause Tim was talking to me a while ago and I didn't, I don't know what y'all said so far.
We said going from 400,000 in inmate revenue to 600,000.
Okay, I got that.
That's like our, and then 30,000 in that blank where it says proceeds from sheriff's office automobiles.
Okay.
That's all we've come up with so far.
And a 1% raise for employees that did not receive a raise.
1,000.
Huh? I mean, 1,000, yes, I mean 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the employees, and that wouldn't be additional to what's on the elected officials, and it wouldn't be additional to the jailer's raise.
Right.
Anybody that got a raise when we did that, that's it. It's not gonna give them.
So a thousand a head raise except for the jailers. That's already got a raise just a month ago. 15,000 paid for a well for animal control.
Alright.
I'm guessing that comes out of,
ARPA.
yeah, that'd come out of, so that don't have, I mean, I don't know where you pay it out of 409 or something, but it may come straight out of ARPA. Okay. Then 10,000, is that coming out of ARPA too? Electrical on the,
Yeah, that come out of ARPA.
yeah, on the animal control.
Animal.
Now, that's electrical and fans.
Fans and electric.
I ain't talking, I hope we're not talking about running a plug to each individual. No, I hardly.
Well, wait a minute.
They gonna load that up every
Wait a
time?
minute, wait a minute, let's think about this. If you don't, what's gonna happen when the winter comes?
You can't, they gonna put some hay out there, and they don't have to stop.
I understand, but what about a drop line? If they run close and it don't take a rocket scientist to run a set of plugs, one plug will feed both sides, both pins, and you have a heat lamp in each pin, and
I'm
one.
not saying don't run the circuit, but make sure the circuit's not got four receptacles on it.
Well,
Plug in four heaters.
but you
know
think
they
about
will.
it.
If it's got four holes in it, they're gonna plug in or get
Well,
a circuit breaker.
I understand, but we're gonna have to figure out what.
But 10,000 should be plenty.
Of what?
10,000 should be plenty.
$10,000?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, every time you put a receptacle down there on top of that pin, that's gonna have to be a GFI, because you got water washing down.
Not if you hardwire one line up there, hardwire
But you
line.
can't.
That's not true.
You want to run it, you want to cut it out.
I don't know that all those circuits are separate,
Okay.
but one GFI for each circuit, what you got.
Big circuit.
Okay.
Unless you hardwire.
Yeah.
Alright,
You should have
when it
one.
gets cold. I'm just saying.
I get a coat for no electric.
I agree.
My nose, you can get outside that phone,
I agree.
they cut it up in there, I didn't put no light on.
Except old Ned, they had come in one time and got down to the snuggle up. That was when Ned was fucked.
I'm just saying, it's easier to do it one time than it is to go back with it.
Can we do whichever way, 10,000? We ain't got to decide exactly what we're gonna do with it. Y'all think 10,000?
I would go 15.
Your Honor, didn't, when Sam was here and he was talking about having fans at both ends, didn't somebody come up with a figure for the fans?
I don't know, the public part, Mr. Dieter, the public part's over with, we're trying to work on the budget right now.
Well, that's what I'm trying to help you with.
I didn't ask for no help, I appreciate that. We're trying to work on, this is now the budget workshop, so we done lost one.
I'd say 15 would.
But that's all out of our hand.
Yeah.
So what else is coming out of our?
Well, that sanitation stuff, we don't know, it's the more.
So, Miss Caroline, the 40,000 for the TCEQ audited us, and they determined we gotta do better at containing the oil receptacle, blah, blah, blah. There's some thinking it takes 241,000. Donnie seems to have a plan that he thinks can do it for 40,000 if we do a lot of it ourselves. Is that included with the 35 that you already had on the list to add?
No, that 35 was only for the fuel charges for that.
Is that already in the budget? That's in there, okay,
Yes.
okay,
Those
okay.
disposal fees at the landfill.
I don't think.
But it's in there.
I don't think you can do the full report though. I don't think you, I don't think you can do the containment
So,
report that.
so when TCEQ sent you to whoever, you fix what they said, and you send them over, and you don't say, here's the pictures, here's what we done. If it was just 1 and 2, fix it, send it to them. You don't have to do 2 and 4, right? Let them do their job. Let them do their job.
Well, I mean, if they come down here and they only went to 2 of the sites, or did they go to all 4? Well, they come down there and slap your wrist because you wasn't doing something right in 2, and they think you have sense enough to fix them all. What do you think they're gonna say? Well, did
They gonna write you.
they not listen
Come
to?
down and look at it, they gonna write you up again, and then you gonna have all the fix what they were. That's how it works.
That's a reactive approach. He's talking about being proactive and fixing them all.
Would you do that if you was in business and they come to you?
Yeah, I fix just exactly what they told me to fix.
Well, if you're looking at containment walls, according to estimate, that's $192,000.
Well, I know Donnie wants to fix them.
Well, I think all of you want to fix it. The thing is.
Hold on just a second.
Yes, sir.
All it amounts to is whether 3 of us wanna fix it.
That's exactly right.
So, let's don't waste all day. I think we ought to fix it. If they done told us once, I don't wanna.
Well,
Judge, how come y'all, what? How come y'all didn't fix them all?
if we were voting, I'd vote yes, let's fix them all, but we can't vote.
No, I know, I'm just trying to take an educated guess. So we
And
can
the reason I say that, I don't want to come back and pull the tape when we vote on them, they say, you didn't want to fix them all. I'm not gonna ride that boat.
What do you think it costs to fix all of them? Donnie said thanks 40 grand. I don't really know what else to be done.
So are we getting into the second tranche of the, ARPA money?
Second tranche is all spoken for.
Well, we can unspoken for it.
Yes, you can.
There you go. So we wanna fix it all, how much you say, 240, we've got a million sitting there to fix it for, I'll just take it away.
I don't think so.
Well, there you go. I just fix what needs.
I know what you're doing here, cuz, I know what you're doing.
Fix what needs to be fixed, and we won't.
You're gonna spring something on us here in a minute, I'm quite sure, and you're trying to, let's don't,
You know, what do you, in your opinion, what do you think we actually need to concentrate on?
The oil tanks.
Just the oil tank?
Definitely, because they rolled us up, because yours was leaking, right, Commissioner?
Mine's not.
No.
Mine's not leaking
Well, I
on,
thought that's
my inner tank is leaking, but my contained wall is not leaking.
Let's fix it to where everything that they sell on the letter is fixed. Then we go forward.
So if we're going by that, and we're looking at the top 3, 4.
so, concrete containment walls, so 60,000, how long is this?
All right, well, the top of it.
The overtop is you're taking areas in.
No, you got your open, I'm sorry, I was thinking about the compactor, never mind.
They don't have to.
I know, but the containment wall for the compactor is gonna have to be the compactor itself plus the container.
So my thoughts on that was, do you keep using these old raggedy containers that are rusting out in the bottles? Or do you go buy new ones that will contain what falls in them? And have a cap on them, and you haul all that stuff to the site.
I thought we were gonna put roofs over them where the water didn't run in.
People throw stuff in the water and
Oh, yeah.
they're gonna sleep in, running out.
I don't know that you can get them where they're gonna make one.
You
Because,
definitely have to have the door in.
well, every time that compactor goes in and out, it's gonna leak.
Well,
In and
I
out.
was talking about the open top.
Oh, the open top?
Oh, like I said before, open top, that's the easy.
Oh, you think
We roll it over that, I mean, we solve that
And it's
problem.
covered.
Still a big one in coming.
Well, Put a tie down there.
You're right about that. We had one last
Put a
night.
couple of tie downs down there and change it up. That's not hard to fix.
The boat is gonna do that, you're gonna have to put it over the, you're gonna have to either buy containers that don't leak, or what about your metal bin?
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't write us up for a metal bill. If you keep picking, they gonna come back and, change something else, they're gonna come back and say, that's not right. I don't need to change what they asked you to change.
That's not a terrible idea. I just thought, I thought they all looked, they only just checked two of them.
But they came to my precinct prior and said, hey, you can't store concrete refuge out here. And it's kind of iron yard also, you know, we store dirt, we store old culverts, and they wrote us up. So we picked them up and threw them in the dumpster. We're done with that.
Concrete?
People would bring sacks of concrete they got ordered. Well, I said, don't throw it in the dumpster, just pile it up over here. We'll come get them, we'll dump them in the ravine or whatever.
Yeah, in the
Oh,
washer.
no, you can't do that. Just so,
Why not?
I
I didn't think concrete had any additives or waste component.
Concrete has lime in it, so the pH value when the water goes over, it's alkaline. That's what they're.
That's what we do on these parking lots.
Eventually they will level out. Their first couple of years are out.
Cause that bag has never been rejuvenated and set
It
up.
wasn't just concrete. Like, whatever, masonry problem.
Yeah.
You're still. That's a great idea. You're recycling that stuff and you're putting it out there.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You got containment issues on all collection reservoirs, then you got containment for compactors, and then you got containment on the open top, because we don't have no topsoil.
So, and Mark and I have talked about this a lot. So what happens when they soak that container that's already been compacted up on that 18-wheeler, and they drive it down 59, drive it down 190, that stuff just dripping out on the road? Is there any difference? I mean,
Yeah, they can find us, they can't find us.
well, I mean, ours drips on the road too.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for it not to drip when it's on that truck.
There's no way to keep it from, they just got that little car across the back there.
So, I mean,
I thought the maggots ate up all that stuff.
Well, what about-
Reprocessed.
they order us
They can't
to,
get the ground anymore.
to collect the water when we wash the maggots off. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. The problem, I was gonna ask you on this, on the water treatment deal, because we're talking about septic tank there. If we wash it down, one of the first things you're gonna get is oil. And that requires a skimmer, because you just can't. Gotta put a faucet on, something in there to skim the water off, the oil will separate. Put it back in the oil
Yeah, I've already got started what I need on the.
Well, they actually made a product that you can do that, we use that on the road.
I'm gonna get off these maggots for just 1 second. The other day, didn't we vote to, participate in the Genesis alert system? That's where there's a disaster comes, a storm or a big wildfire or something. It's through DEFCON, isn't it?
That was through Tatum, if I'm not mistaken.
Tatum.
So, no, it was,
About 3 or 4 months ago.
it was through DEDCOG. DEDCOG did a grant and they paid for half the county's paid for that.
Well, anyway, we voted to participate that, so if we have a way to, the sheriff's office can, I think they can do it. I'm trying to remember what you told me. Notice, they can send notice by phone, or by text, or by email, or by Facebook. hey, there's a Category 9 hurricane bearing down on us, or a tornado, or whatever it is, well, has DEFCOG informed you there's some, what was the cost? 23,000, what's that about? Tell us about that.
So, when y'all voted on it, they were supposed to send a bill basically, and they never sent it because they were trying to find other funds so the counties wouldn't have to pay. Well, they got denied those other funds, so now they
didn't get their grant.
Correct.
Kind of like the loan.
So when is the bill due? Is it due now?
It is due now, yes.
So I got a solution to that. We got 25,000 sitting in there right now for DEFCOG broadband. Take that and pay the bill. Out of this year's budget, do that.
I've already paid it. I've got it going through court next week.
So do you need it again for next year?
So every year, it's a yearly based thing, yes,
Well,
sir.
DEFCOG, you know how they are, they'll try to get it from this resource or that resource, this grant,
Did they call you this year? Doesn't happen?
No, sir. Well, we've used the system, yes, sir. We have used the system already.
What have we used?
We've used it on, a couple of fires, and we've used it on, just testing out so far, but right now it's been fires.
Cost 25,000, did it?
No, 2,500.
Oh, 2,000.
Yes.
I thought he said 20.
I did say 23, because that's what somebody wrote down on the sheet of paper.
It's 2.3, you can't read my handwriting.
Your handwriting? 2.3 thousand, I never heard it referred to as that.
Too common.
And that was this year's was 2,300. Next year, they're projected to be 2,595.
Well, just take it out of that cost money and just take part of it.
I've already done the affidavit and
You
given
talking
it.
about $2,300? Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said 25. Yeah.
That's what I thought. I'm glad, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But we need to add it to next year's budget.
We used to have the same set, still on there, system, and it was.
I don't anticipate it's not gonna be next year.
Now, they were getting paid for by somebody else, the funding source dried up.
Line other expenditures. or-
Okay,
oh,
well, that's all good. I thought it was 23,000, this ain't near as big a pitch as I thought it was gonna be.
And then the only other thing, that they're also looking at is, WebVLC. And what that is a system that we can send up star requests, and that's anything we don't have here that we need to install.
First star request I ever sent up was Hurricane Rita come through here and we were out of power. I called Chico and they said, I got 140,000 meters named here, I want to return it. I cranked up my old Lincoln welding machine, plugged the fax machine to it, sent that star request to the hospital. That was the old days. They don't do it by fax.
No, they don't do it by fax, all web-based.
Yeah, all web-based, and, the new system that they're going to this year, through Harvey, is gonna be cloud-based. In the past, it's all been on a server, so it's gonna end up costing all the counties more, and they cost more.
Like the last anticipate we sent them by email.
Tractor pickup.
Oh, this is different.
Litter pickup. You ever do litter pickup?
I don't really understand the difference.
It's up to you. We funded it last year.
Yeah.
Early,
I
and you
know
stole
that.
early from us.
If password, every 30 seconds they change the password.
Somebody
We're gonna get codes.
Somebody's got to go to jail. Somebody has to be certified. You know somebody?
Always changing.
All right, well, I'm much relieved. I wouldn't even brought this up if I realized it was 2,300.
We pay them overtime.
Right.
3,000.
And then on that web, the only reason I'm bringing it up is because that WebVLC, they're looking, projecting that to be about 2,800 per jurisdiction every year. Keep that going. So we currently don't have that in none of our budgets.
Just a question for you, because took away our EPG, and that's where it went to Chris.
Yes.
So why are we having to pay for the state web VOC that should be part of the package?
Yeah, so we get a big cheap notebook, write the request down and hand it to Chris and let him send it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So that was the question we had. Why can't we just jump on the Lone Star server?
Yeah.
And there's like, well, the Lone Star server is now full, and plus they're thinking about getting rid of it. So
Well, that's not a decision we made. I mean,
Correct, I
They're
agree.
going to class, that's gonna free up their server.
Yeah. So,
So has the state quit using the extension office for the liaisons totally now? Since Chris is in, or Tina, or whatever?
no, so they still use extension offers for the animals and stuff like that.
Oh, just, but that wasn't the case a year ago, it was more than just that.
Correct.
We used to go through them to get requests.
Yeah.
So they've done away with that?
So they're,
They
yes.
changed the rules.
Correct, yeah. So it's, and then on that.
Wait, there's gonna be more.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think to recap, 40,000 for the sanitation. No, yeah, we're not. Some think it's gonna be more than that. I don't know the extent of what all we're
But
going to
if
do.
we're only gonna do two, it may not be.
Well, I'm just saying, if 40,000 will fix the 4 oil containers, fix them, send them, TCQ, say, this is what we've done so far. We're working on it.
Y'all got like steel tanks or
We
something?
got a concrete bulkhead, about 6 inches wide, I'm on 4 by 6, and there's a steel tank sitting inside that.
Yeah.
And over the years, people have missed the hole, and it's shot out, got down on the side.
When,
Yeah.
as far as fixing mine, it probably won't cost,
$200.
it costs more to clean it than it will to fix the tank.
Leaning.
I was thinking about, if you knew when they were coming, you get that steam cleaner out there and clean it up.
Then you gotta contain all that water and waste and oil, it's gonna be black going all over the thing.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. The easiest thing to do is pull the tanks out, fix it, clean it. You know, what about get inside the container area, clean that up, reseal it.
But you're talking about a 4 by 6 area, how can it be $60,000 to do that?
Well, you have one,
What?
your container.
Yeah.
It's pretty deep or anything.
It's been some stuff spilled, and we probably spilled it by trying to dump a 55-gallon barrel, manhandle it and push it in there. Yeah, we probably done it.
Here, it needs to be.
Because you've got a hole like this big, square, it's graded, and you dump it.
They were talking about using some kind of pump or something now, I don't know. Well, a drag tank pump?
Boy, we're gonna take, the metal containers out, put a tote inside there, not use the time correct. And then put a pump outside like we got on the trucks, like a diesel thing.
Yeah.
Except electric pump, and it's pump out, somebody bring, take the box, pump from there into the tote. Does that know what you're saying, what he was saying?
So, did everybody get rain last night while we're on the court? I signed an extension of the burn ban that run out on Saturday. But I haven't filed it yet because we got rain last night. I don't think we got enough to get us out of burn ban. Okay. Well,
I messed up this morning, said we were all stupid.
I got some.
Does it rain?
Because we didn't take the burn ban off, because it rained.
Yeah, we all knew it was gonna rain, right?
Well, I mean, we haven't got enough rain.
No.
Not an inch.
I will file it, I'll send it out, and then it'll be good for 7, and then the next time we meet, we can do whatever the court uses to do. Yes. Are you caught up?
It probably won't cost 5,000 to fix it. I won't be.
So if we put 40 in there, that's plenty of money, and if you have some left over, and you want to go and build some sheds, spend the rest of the money, build some sheds, build an open
Yeah. So 40,000 for sanitation, that's what we're gonna come up with. And then 40 and then 140 for raises.
That doesn't include benefits, so it's gonna be a little bit more than that. You gotta include retirement, social security, Medicare.
Okay, whatever it is, I'm just trying to get some kind of estimate of what. So if I just went to 165,000 a person, but some of them not gonna get it, there's 25,000 worth of benefit money in that figure. We're trying to find money.
Okay.
So now 40 and 165, that's 205. What else we got? And we probably found that by increasing the inmate revenue.
Yeah, inmate revenue and, truck. Yeah, the revenue.
30, so yes, sir.
That was 30,000 on the 5.
Yes, yes, sir.
And I had one more increase in revenue, that was on sales tax. Did we project what we're gonna do on sales tax?
I would project around 700,000.
Around 700. Well, we got 650 in there, so we could move that a little bit.
What line are we talking about?
In revenue, 115, sales tax. Get 650 in there now.
Yeah, it's on page.
300 revenue. Yeah, page 1.
That's 697.
Precinct 700.
675, 700, I mean, she said we're gonna do more than 700. Projected. We did 723 last year. So if we do 7,
That was the year before last. Right now we're at 620, but that's probably a couple of months not recorded yet.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Maybe 720.
749? Well, that might be pushing a little bit.
There's gonna be some things where we're not gonna get there. That's why I'm conservative. That's all I'm saying.
So we might be another 50,000 increase.
Go 700 if that's what y'all think.
700?
All I'm saying is, when you max out every one, and one of them, at least one of them is not gonna get there, then you got nowhere to pull.
So I had a question mark on the developmental permit thing also. And I didn't put any figure in there to move it, just wanted us to talk about it. I got 150 in there. Year before last year, 185. I don't know.
Right now, we haven't made the 100.
I don't know what the projections are, how far she's behind. I just got a question mark for looking at, I mean, we were 193 one year and 185.
Well, if that's 10 months worth, that's, you can add another 25,000, you'd be right at 150, which is right where I got it.
I just don't know if that's, if she's got anything, she's holding back or. I wouldn't think so.
Look over here on, revenues for GPs. Yes. They're always, we always use high, always, things in the market for a long time. We leave them there because we don't want to hurt nobody's feelings, I guess. I don't know why we do that. That's one of those places where we know it was overshot. It was there alone, but we know that somewhere else we've probably been a little conservative to make up for this loss, that's all. One year though, one hit you, they were around and running. Because 3 and 4, they don't have no major highways in the back if you want to. I don't know. Well, you got 190, but they don't work. They're all down there on the border. That's got a lot to do with the revenue. You're not talking about a whole lot. If you had it, they're probably gonna wait to get to maybe 15,000 this year. Say 3, 4 years. That's probably a good idea. 3, 4 years. Good idea, Commissioner. Go on, Lou. Precinct 3 and 4 is revenue, JP revenue, down from 20 to 15, because the running date of this report, they were both just at 11,000. The city of Shepherd deputies, that's an animal now, isn't it?
That's gonna change because of the raise.
They don't have one. It's gonna go away.
Oh, no, I was talking about the ESD.
It has no.
It is, it's orange.
It's kind of, yes, there's a wash. So at one point here,
Hey, Joe.
we put
So we need to record the whole meeting?
animal
let's do
shelter.
it. Sorry?
Yeah, just do it.
Okay.
We must put that in because we knew somebody was gonna give us a donation or something.
It's rare. It's rare that we're able to do this.
Yes.
What's it?
It's rare that we're able to get in on this.
Okay.
So,
Page 3.
it's kind of a gem.
I get fundraisers all the time, but it doesn't show no activity. Those must be those collateral agencies, entities or whatever.
That 1,000 is from the Best Friends grant that they received.
So while we're on that, let me ask a question. When they have the phone on adoption, and people donate, is there a dollar figure?
It must be running into some of these collateral, I don't know. I hadn't seen an animal before. Every once in a while, we get one of these new guys. Did you check on that? Where the donations are going?
So Gerald, when you finish here today, are you taking this camera?
Yeah.
You're gonna take it?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with the video? Are you gonna put it online or?
Well, I can't put it online because
Do they know which ones are going?
Ray usually puts it on the commission. He usually puts it on his
What?
YouTube channel, I think it is, yeah. And it'd be nice if we could put it online because it's current. But I don't know how to do it.
This thing should be good to keep, continue recording. See, I have the power boxes here.
Yeah.
I used this one first, and I used it for 30 minutes, and I've been using this one for probably an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the lights?
Yeah.
It's got 4 lights, and it's got 3 bars lit up. So it hasn't lost a quarter of power right now. So it doesn't need to be changed out anytime soon. Are you able to finish the recording without me here? Because all you would have to do when they're finished is press this red button. And it will finish the recording.
Okay.
And everything.
Are they?
Well, not to be patient, but if they're going to end it soon, that's no problem.
Interdepartmental transfer.
I didn't think it would be this long.
I didn't either.
The DA
But
gave me a
it's
chair
rare
that he was tired of using.
that we get
I still
in.
have to fill out the departmental transfer form on that, so they can get with you.
It'd be great interest that
Yeah.
Okay, any other lines that we need to look at? Rest of them are fairly, well, proceeds of equipment sale. What we sold. Well, we sold that before, that old, so is that not where that so good was going to? I don't remember what exactly we're doing now. I guess we can show, if I can ever get the title clear on this acre down here, there's one lot that has a cheek at the title. I don't know, I thought it was,
What was the bid for it?
43,000. We, for 10 years, we put something in there to sell that, we just never, or any other land that we're not using. We've got 3 or 4 tracts that might not be a bad idea to sell, because land is just ridiculous. We were asking 25 and they bid 43.
So if we put 40 in there, would the 3 go with the chicken and title fixing, or?
I don't know, I've contacted the church and they say, well, that's not us. We don't really, it's Assembly of God Church that my father sold some land to and carried the note. There's no releases filed. And the guys traded us for the land we traded. He had a quick claim deed to that land and he won't pass through the title, but that's why we haven't closed it. I'm trying to see if the church, the title is in the North Zone Fellowship of the Assembly of God Church, and they say, well, that's connected to a British version back in 1952 of the Assembly of God Church. They said, we got no idea where of any of those in existence. That was 70 years ago. I'm going to try to talk them into signing a quit claim deed as Assembly of God, saying, hey, we certainly don't think.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Just press this red button when you're done, and I'll give you a call later.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thanks. I was gonna take you to lunch.
If they get out in the next 30 minutes, just give me a call. And everything.
I don't think I have your current phone number.
Okay.
That was one, so they take it.
That makes perfect sense. Maybe we took that out.
You go.
We had to add a line for income,
We're gonna add
Proceeds from sale of land.
30,000.
That line not still in there? We had one at one time.
It
We
may
talked
be in
about
there,
selling that tract before, we just didn't. When we saw that acre on, 980 up there on the lake, 25, we got a line that time. Do you have you don't have your computer?
yeah. If there's not, I'll make it up.
If you haven't done anything in a line after a certain number of years, sometimes the computer drops it off.
It's still there, it's just not gonna show up on here.
It just didn't show up on here, okay, well, what do y'all think, 30,000 proceeds for land sale? Well, that was to offset the cost of, we paid more than we originally, well, we paid.
this year's budget.
Yes, sir.
This is not coming in yet, so.
I don't even know what time it is.
It's about 12:30.
Revenue
next 30 or 40 minutes.
Okay.
We'll talk about Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah, at least we know it's not going to fall.
So, we got a separate department, and a separate section in the budget for shelter.
When they're done, that's all you need.
There was a line in here, I think so, but it also appears in the, 300 section. Well, it's got zeros. I think that must be about the time years ago when we moved it over to its own section. All right.
You know where the shelter rentals at in the back?
It's in its own fund, hang on.
No, that's easier to track, but it doesn't. When you put it over there in its own fund,
146.
you put it over there, and I'm not saying you did it, you didn't do it. But when it gets put in its own fund, then the revenue doesn't appear in the county revenue.
Oh, you're talking about the shelter rental?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on page 146. It's a whole separate fund.
But that's just somebody put it in there so they can track what happens with the shelter. That revenue it doesn't appear in the general fund revenue.
Correct.
Not that there's any profit in it. I think the light bill costs more than what we collect.
General fund has to help it balance shelter fund.
By about $28,500. So, just to let y'all know, just a while back, it was brought to my attention, and I think the auditor was pulled into it also. We weren't auditing those funds. We weren't getting a report on those funds. Now we are, right?
Yes.
We give a report to the treasurer, just like everything else, and what the rental was, so that there's a tracking. But 5,000 seems a little low. Surely we rented it more than 5,000.
I hadn't looked at that report, but you think it gets rented at least once a month. Time we donate it, that's a good thing if we can do that.
So I got one more big one. Brits, the rest of the residents. And it's not, it won't cost the general fund anything, probably this first year, maybe the next, but I want to start funding the retiree health insurance. I want to start funding, and it will not be paid until our policy has been approved and passed. So it's almost like you're going to take it and put it over here and just sit on it until it gets approved.
You want to start funding it if we don't have a need for it yet?
Oh, no, if you pass the policy next week, you have a need for it. But we've got some hypotheticals, we've got some worst case scenarios, and it's gonna cost us $100,000 the first year. If everybody that can sign up that's in the current policy.
In 10 years, it cost $1 million.
No, it's projected, we projected it, we had Tag help us to do some projections.
Get the wagon ahead of the horse, and you tell them about putting it in the budget, we ain't even got a policy, or you hadn't even shared the numbers with
We
everybody.
couldn't put it in the policy, you couldn't put it in the budget if you passed the policy for those. So if we don't get the policy, it just sits there.
No, there ain't that much that just sits there, I mean.
In the general fund balance, it is. It'll be just like sitting over there.
Fortunately, it's not any more than, I mean, we got a $12 million budget, we should have at least 3 or 4 million. That's 3 or 4 months, that's what all the financial experts say. Your budget's about $1 million, and you got about $1 million fund balance. You did a few months ago, unless you spent it all. So you got about 10 months worth of fund balance, and we got 3 months.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do it.
How you say $100,000 a month, a year?
I'm saying the first year is projected $100,000, 90-something thousand. Auditor's telling them we gotta hire a company to make sure that it's
It's a funded liability.
make sure it's gonna be funded in the future. You gotta hire a company to do those projections for it, right?
Yes. Polk County does it like that. I'm not gonna be able to make a projection.
So what you're telling me is we ain't even got the projected numbers yet. So
No, we got to project the number.
I thought that's what the company that you gotta hire.
Financials want the professional companies to tell you that this is what it's gonna take.
You need a third-party company.
That's what she said.
Somebody that's in the business of doing it knows how to do it instead of whoever figured the numbers you got.
Yeah, we use TAC, and we use all of our employee information. We put everybody's birthday in there, we put everybody's years of service. Figures that it costs insurance now, and this.
Y'all set up the criteria where it only consecutive service, anybody's got a break, such as Miss Davis or Mr. McNally or Mr. Brandon.
The current policy says right now that it does like 20 years. But the policy's not been approved. We have not approved the policy.
Well, I'm not in the policy committee, but I had heard it was, first of all, had to be consecutive, which is service.
We talked about that. We spent a lot of time visiting this thing. One of the criteria was 16 years for elected officials. Some of the policy didn't want that, some of the policy does, so it's going to probably be a report that decides that.
I think it ought to be the same for everybody.
That was some of the policies stand, but if you go around, what we do in this county is we go to different counties and we look and see what they have. We look to see what they have in Tree, we look to see what they have in Polk County, we go to Warren County, and we try to find out which county fits what our program wants, and that's what we use.
But what the policy council wants is one thing, because we are charged as court with representing the entire county.
You're right.
And we gotta put away, I hate to use the term feather in our nest, but we do. We've gotta look at the whole big picture. I think it'd be great to give somebody a reason to want to stay here and work for the lower wages that at least, if they hang it in there for 20 years, they might at least get a little help with their insurance until they turn 65.
We've been talking about it for several years now. And every time, the budget time, they bring it up, nothing's ever ready. Nothing's ever ready.
Right.
So now we've got an opportunity to fund it, waiting on approval of the policy.
$100,000 a year.
90-some thousand. I didn't bring any of that. I didn't think we were really gonna talk about it today, but we've got it projected. With every employee's name on the sheet of paper, and they know how many years they worked here, how old they are.
Well, 100,000, that's a max 20-year, that's 20-year retirement.
I think that's right. I think the figure we use is 20 years, and it doesn't have to be consecutive. It does have to be the last 8 years that would be worked here. That's the current provision in the policy.
But if it's 20 years consecutive,
Not consecutive, he said it wasn't consecutive.
no, but I say if it is 20 years, then that would weed out, and then the price of funding it goes down, way down, way down.
And that's gonna be this court's decision, whether it's one executive or rated service, or if it's 16 related. I mean, I'm just telling you. So, I was on my soapbox a while ago about we go to these different counties and we pick and choose. Both counties pay their deputies X amount of dollars, so we need to pay our X amount of dollars. So, We go to Trinity, their policy's better, so we use the Trinity's policy, because they have 16 years for elected officials, and 20 for everybody else, because that's just.
So that's how the judge set it up, we've had 16
I'm
years.
just saying that we go and we pick and choose these policies that are, these counties that fit our criteria, our needs, instead of just weighing all the odds. And I talked to the sheriff about this before, he thinks it would be a good idea to retain his employees. Am I wrong?
Right on.
So, I mean.
What do you
we
mean?
talked to
Oh,
them.
yeah, to help retain them, yes, they knew they got insurance.
Poor Miss Davis back there, she got break-in service because somebody elected somebody else in her spot one time. So if we don't give the break-in service, she's gonna be held out.
Well, it wasn't our choice to leave.
I realize, but that's why the 16 years is in there, because it's gonna be hard for elected officials.
Just make it non-consecutive, or, it ain't gonna cover me, it ain't gonna cover nothing.
Well, it will, see, that's what you're understanding, because we put the senior plan in there also. Once you get 65.
As far as the full-time health, when we turn 65, it ain't covering none of us.
Correct.
Okay, that's
It comes
right.
out at 65.
Yeah.
But then we pay for the senior plan.
I'm 64 and a half right now, and I don't plan on quitting in the next 6
So the
months.
senior plan pays up to $400 a month, because you have to have a supplemental insurance with Social Security, and it will pay for that.
Well, we all, if we live long enough, we're gonna turn 65.
So anyway, my plan would be to take at least 200,000 and put it in that account. It's just sitting there until it's time to pass the policy.
Take 200,000 from where?
Out of the general fund balance. It's no different than sitting over there where it's at now, it's just sitting in this one. And if we have a need, we just pull it out. We don't pass the budget, it's still there. For the policy, it's still there.
Why put it in there if you know where you're gonna need it for the first year anyway?
You don't know that.
You got a list, I guess,
Ready, his secretary's ready to retire. Billy over precinct 3 is ready to go. Monty, I think it's Monty, which one works for you, Monty or? This time don't get bridge, he's ready to go. I mean, there's several, I mean. It would benefit, I don't know how many, I don't look at your.
Monty ain't been there 20 years.
Who?
Monty.
If you bridge this town, you know, then.
No, I was first one, I hired him, that was on my first term, he hadn't been there.
So he's on the list of one that got bridge. Unless it's. Well, that's your one for you, just for you.
I mean, Billy's the oldest, everybody else retired, Donnie retired. Barry Joe's retired, everybody's retired. Wilbur's retired, all retired.
So he's whoever it is that won.
Huh?
Whoever it is that won, but he used to work for 3.
No, there's still.
I thought he already retired. No, about who it is. I mean,
He had to draw his retirement for it.
It probably does have 20 years.
No.
I have Larry too.
Yeah, but he did retire and draw his own retirement. Unfortunately.
That's the one that shot You've been around a long time, I figured you had 20 years. Did he not stay, or did he?
No, he went to public health, I think.
That wasn't the reason he unfortunate situation. He had to retire. But money was
Alright, so we're not gonna say we're not gonna fund it, but let's move on.
200,000 and just putting it in an account. I don't understand that.
Well, how would it be in the budget if we don't do that?
You put whatever you thought the anticipated cost of the fund, not just set 200,000 over and let it collect dust.
Okay, so you'd rather just have 100,000 in there?
Whatever you think it would cost, realistically actually cost.
Those are the figures, it was $98,000 or something like that. So I'm just gonna make sure it's funded.
98,000 a year, and then
most of the policies say that the
you're
funding.
talking about 65 is when it pays, that's when it stops paying. You're talking about 20 years, not considered. How many do you think? So you must think we got right around 10 that are ready to check out.
Some of those can only get the senior plan, the civil plan, which is half of the normal cost.
Yeah, I get it. So that, if you're saying half of them can, then there must be over 10 that are ready to pay it.
They could have been.
They could.
They could.
That's probably why when they get to that age, if they got 20 years, they're working for their insurance. And if we start paying the retiree insurance, then why wouldn't they leave?
You got to be careful on that too, because on Medicare and Medicaid, if you're drawing a policy or another policy, they deduct that out of Medicare and Medicaid. It's actually a penalty, because that becomes, you won't get the benefit of using it, because that now becomes your secondary insurance.
So what are you talking about? Because our policy is going to state if you have health insurance from somewhere else, you decline it. You cannot, we're not going to pay twice. Whether that be from a previous retirement or you take another job that has.
We've got quite a number that actually do that. Now, some, like Mr. Brennan, do not do that. I tip my hat. Some of them don't. They collect it from both sides.
Say with your DPS, you work here 10 years, and after 10 years, regardless of your age, your insurance is free from there on, but it actually penalizes you because you won't be able to use your Medicare at that point.
Well, we're only paying the silver, but we're only going to pay for the supplement.
Let's see, when you're on Medicare, and then you go to work for a company that offers you, and won't work in Medicare, you take that company's insurance. No second.
Well, actually, I guess you could decline it.
Well, if you decline, you mean Medicare?
No.
Well, yeah, but if you decline, then like, you're not gonna be in this plan. They've got insurance that people hold of.
My insurance goes set aside,
Yeah.
there's no.
Arkville or whatever they change What did Arkville originally?
Thank Richard. What's my insurance on There's Arco, there's Main Bridgefield, Denver Train, Linedale, we're split that every star, Linedale, now, chemical plant change.
You're not going to run off, are you?
Oh, no. I gotta talk to the mayor engineer.
Okay, so where did we get up to? On, no, raises from 16. We were at 205 before we funded. And if we add 98,000, start funding employee retirement health insurance, that's 303. Down 303. I know some of what we're doing in this budget, we're still using the leftovers of the ARPA money for this and the ARPA money, COVID money. We're about done with all the COVID money. We're going, in the next couple of years, all that'll be gone. And then we're going to have a situation where we need, we need to spend $100,000 on something for something went haywire, or something broke, something.
I think right now with the ARPA money, I think we're down between the animal control and sanitation. We're probably down to about 80,000 left in that.
So ARPA is gonna be, we're paying for that 40,000 on the sanitation?
Well, my point was, this, if we add 98, this is something that ain't going away. It'll be there forever and ever and ever. That'll be that much. So it's all about priorities. And it's a good thing. If we can afford to do it.
Unless the next commissioner voted down.
Yeah, we check, there's no way.
There's no way you can make it a permanent deal and go.
As they say, all good things gotta come to an end. Hopefully they will do that. If they cut their own throat, in a way of speaking, they'll say, reformist agenda, and I'll hear that thing for long. I must be getting that ready. It must be time to eat. Things are coming out of my mouth.
All right, so how much you gonna put in there? 98,000?
You gotta pay for that third party as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
That include the
So
senior plan too?
I can bring those figures.
So is that third party, is that a one-time deal?
Yes.
Every year. Every year. They have to calculate what the liability is gonna be so you can put it on your books.
So how much is that going to cost?
Polk County pays theirs 14,000. I don't know what it would cost for us. We're smaller, so maybe not that much.
It's kind of like going down to the bank bar and unlimited amount of money. Every year you're going to be paying another 100,000 than you used to pay. That's all. For our employees, workers that stay here 20 years worth it, I like to think it's all about it. But being worth it, being able to afford it is.
So what would that be, Danny? Did you say 14?
That's what Polk County pays.
Well, I guess most of the counties around us are already doing that. When Brother Evans left, he was the last one around us that jumped on the bandwagon. And he did tailor it to where he had 16 years when he walked out. And it's 16 for elected, but everybody else is 20. I'm not a fan of, I think it ought to be the same amount of time for both. And 20 years is that's a good number, I guess.
Some counties, we summon several counties. Some counties are doing on 75% and you get 15 years and 100% and you get 20. Here's a rare ways to make it work.
Yeah.
Whatever that this court and possibly puts together, if this court passes, then that's what it will be. But we're trying to put some teeth in it to where you just couldn't come over here and work for 10 years and get paid. You gotta have some longevity here. That's what it's about. Retaining good people. Neither one of you would benefit
I'll be dead.
Nor will any other elected official.
pretty much at 20 years.
Of the old age.
And that's why we were trying to put the 16 year on.
Right. I mean, the state of Texas does it at 10.
Oh, they pay 10. Did you hear that?
But they only make $7,600 a year. But after they do 10, and they leave, $76,000 for the rest of the life.
So what job
Plus
is that? What job is that?
Sir?
What job is that?
It's a big job representing and our senator.
Kind of like a representative. You said that Texas, state of Texas is 10 years.
Yeah, but we don't,
I'm not going there.
compare ourselves to them.
You got hundreds of employees versus thousands, there's a difference.
Well, I appreciate all the work, you've done your homework, and that, first time I've heard an actual number about what it might cost. Guy stays up there and beats his head against the post for 20 years. Good for him, I mean, I get it. The only way it really hammers if the guy started at 20 and got to 40, then you'd be paying that 25 years. You'd spend another $250,000 if it stayed at 10,000 a year on that fellow. So that's the maximum exposure is $250,000 for a guy who started right out of school. Most of our people are, not most, I guess half of them, are mature.
They actually use the age of our employees. When they do the projections.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I just turned 54.
54.
I would benefit, but I would have 20 years also. If the Lord's living and I make it.
You're doing a fine job. I hope you don't stick to the 4-year plan. I hope you stay another couple of terms.
You never know.
Yeah, I get it.
So the other thing would be, in the policy, and I'm getting kind of off the road here. The policy, some say appointed official or elected official. And we've got one out here that's been appointed, and we got one right here that's been appointed twice, and does that count for elected official also?
Twice.
Yeah, you've been appointed twice. I appointed you one time.
I've been appointed 4 times.
Well, there you go. So would you qualify under
But
elected?
that first year, 98, they don't even have a record. They didn't pay nothing on me.
So we also have,
My retirement, it never got took out.
we also have this office.
Yeah, I'm in the same field, I was in this 94, 32,000.
Is this office elected or appointed?
That's appointed.
So what about the elections office? Is she elected or appointed?
What difference does that make if we're gonna make it for the same 20 years? I think, I ain't heard nobody argue against making it 20, no matter where you are. Just because you got elected doesn't mean you ought to get it. You ought to be treated just like the employee. We're creeping on about 12 years up there, aren't you? Is it more? Gotta be getting close to 12. Seems like it's been longer than yeah.
So look, we got representatives back here.
And I just like to be a spectator.
So it's 112 is what we need for the year. For the 14 people.
I don't see how we're talking about putting funding in any middle policy. So that's one thing.
Well, one's gotta come, what happens first, the chicken and the egg, somebody's gotta go first. We got policy or we fund it first? It doesn't matter.
We've been bouncing around forever. I don't know why we're waiting till the 12th hour to even show us the figures. I mean, these are the first figures I've heard.
I didn't hear what you said.
rollout, so you have to do to, if you approve it, have to be approved pending, approved policy.
Well, I'm not saying approve anything, I'm saying fund it.
Well, I know, like the judge said, there's no policy to even go by, so.
Nobody's gonna get it until we approve the policy, Commissioner. It's just sitting there.
Like them 2 trucks we bought, they're just sitting there.
Yeah, maintenance is gonna get one of them.
I wish he'd let if y'all rode around with the fire marshal, he'd ride around going to these fires and lighting fires, and his air conditioner's been out for a year. I don't know. I'm just saying, tell him to go carry y'all to a fire scene and ride his truck.
You got it done.
Huh?
Well, then you got to fix it.
Tell him not to fix it.
Oh, the fire marshal.
Oh, fire marshal, that old angry truck that we bought in '89 or whenever we bought it.
Well, if he's fighting fires, he ought to be in the fire truck.
So he's going to the fire. So he's after this.
All right, so I say fund it. I say put the money well in the fund for it. That's what I said. I'm not gonna vote on it, I'm just saying.
We can't vote on it.
No, we're not voting on anything, but we're telling them what to do, what to put in there.
I'm just gonna make a list and then on Thursday.
Whatever y'all come up with, y'all show us the courtesy of at least showing us the numbers. I mean, we supposed to take it all on blind faith?
No, I've got them, we've got them. Commissioner's got them down there too.
You may have sent them to some, but you hadn't sent me nothing.
And we're not approving the policy right now, we're just trying to.
You're gonna wait until you expect to spring it before you even show me the numbers?
Spring what? Policy?
Policy or the funding?
Yeah, we've been.
I can't support funding something that we don't even have a policy on. I think it's a good idea if we can afford it. But just now, I'm pulling the numbers out of my teeth out.
Okay.
Do you need my email?
No, it won't be email, it'll be handed right there in front of you.
All right.
So we go fund it or not?
I'd like to see the number before I'm gonna commit to it. I ain't seen any of the work. Just,
So nothing we've done, don't put anything we've done in there today, nothing.
I'm not changing
Don't
anything
put
till I vote on
anything in
it.
there. Well, the laundry list.
Now listen,
on the court.
Commissioner,
Yes, sir.
we done told her what we're pretty sure on.
And I think we're pretty sure on this too.
I don't know that we are. You are.
Yeah.
I mean, if we are, if y'all have already decided,
Well, I don't know if anybody's decided, I mean, how are we deciding this other stuff is all in play?
if we all said, hey, yeah, we know we need to spend 40,000 on sanitation, and we need to do 15 on the dog fans or whatever. Ain't nobody had we've talked about that, and we know what the numbers are. That could be, we got 3 days before we pass the budget. I'd like to at least see the number. That's too much to ask. Don't send them to us. All right, anything else?
Yes, it is. We need to talk about your deal. Where are you gonna put this overtime money? Where are you gonna put salary money? And if in case we can actually do that with it being a check.
Are you talking about the Senate bill?
Yes.
22.
$350,000.
He's already given us a breakdown.
Well, I'm gonna get it, but is it illegal for us to be able, for them to give somebody a raise and if they don't get the money next year, then what?
Goes away.
That was away.
Are you sure that you can do that? That's all I'm saying. We need to check with the treasurer. I think
No,
we should give somebody some
I
money.
think tax rate.
Well, we need to make sure, is all I'm saying.
Because that's going in a separate line.
I get all that. I get all that.
If we put in there, and when it gets set up, that it's paid for out of this grant.
Is that correct, Chief, the way you understand it too?
Yes.
You and I talked about this.
Yes.
Well, you're
Now,
Well, I've
had a conversation with you.
What do you understand?
We had a conversation in my office, and we went over this same thing that you just asked. He is aware that as long as this is funded, it will continue. When it is not funded, it stops.
I know he's aware of that, but we did talk before.
Well, I know the person I've talked to.
I'm just saying, we need to talk to the
It can be put in the budget in a separate line where it
make sure that we can give them a raise, and then if it doesn't come back, then they can take the money with them. I don't think you can take it back from them.
When that funding stream
I'm
dries
just
up,
telling you.
because this is not funded by the county, this is
I
funded
get it.
by another
I get it.
source.
There's a lot of things in here not funded by the county.
I know, but the money's coming from the state, not the county. We didn't give the
I
raise.
get that. Well, they need to word it a little bit, maybe it's just.
Well, that's where the
Maybe it's
motion,
called,
What?
House Bill, Senate Bill, blah, blah, blah.
Well, what we intend to do with it, sir, is it's not like an across-the-board raise for everybody. It's incentive pay.
I get that, but all I'm saying is, when it gets in place.
If it dries up, it goes away. I mean,
Yeah, I realize that, that's what you're saying,
yeah.
but legally can we do that?
My concern about it is.
Well, then it would be the state's responsibility for drying it up, correct? I mean,
Yeah, my deal is, which I've never had the opportunity to talk to y'all about anything, is when it goes away, or if it goes away, I don't want somebody coming up here and standing up there and saying, you're defunding us.
Yeah, well.
You know, have you heard anything?
They do not have any rules or regulation final for this. I'm not even 100% clear if they're gonna pay for the benefits, they may just pay for the salary.
That would be the next question.
I-
What about the benefits?
we ain't gonna find out today.
benefits is gonna come from the county on this.
We're gonna put it in there, just the way they had it broke down, unless you got a better way to tell him how to spend
I
their
do
money.
not, I'm not trying to tell you how to spend it, I'm just saying we need to be careful. If we give it to them in form of a raise, you'll be expecting, even if the state doesn't fund it. You
That
can
ain't,
expect.
that ain't got nothing to do with us passing the budget. We're gonna have it in the budget, and it's gonna be broke down the way he's got it. Whether we can do it next year, we don't know yet, but we'll find out.
Whether we do it next year is not the question. Whether we are stuck to do it next year after we fund it.
What difference does it make? We know we're gonna do it now, because they've given us the money to do it. We just gotta put it in the budget, so.
It's in the budget.
No, it ain't yet.
I thought she put it in the budget.
It's not separated by those lines, it's all in those lines.
Yeah.
The proposed budget just has miscellaneous, because he hadn't given me how he wanted it broke down. Now we have it, and I will propose. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
She said that red light.
Yeah.